real estate agent, one who actually knows what the flip they're doing and is closing 20, 60, 100 deals a year. Not your Aunt Sally who just got her license last month. We've already vetted the best agents for you. Ramsey Trusted Agents are the top pros in your area, and they'll guide you to make smart decisions and buy or sell with confidence. No dumb mistakes, no overpaying, no leaving money on the table. To find a Ramsey Trusted Agent, go to RamseySolutions.com/agent. RamseySolutions.com/agent.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. And the search for Nancy Guthrie continues in the Catalina Foothills community of North Tucson. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is there live now and brings us the very latest on this investigation.
It's been 11 days since the 84-year-old was abducted, and law enforcement still have no suspects. Federal agents could be seen earlier today combing through thick desert brush around Nancy's home. Her daughter, Today Show host Savannah Guthrie, said on social media yesterday she believes her mom is still alive. More flowers continue to be placed next to a sign that reads, "Dear Guthrie family, your neighbors stand with you." Reporting live in Tucson, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And we've also learned that the Pima County Sheriff's Department says it has gotten about 18,000 calls since February 1st, the day Guthrie disappeared. More than 4,000 of those calls came in just in the last 24 hours. Keep it here with us. We'll continue to follow all of the developments that come in as the investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance continues. And for more, you can always go to KTAR.com. A Washington, D.C. grand jury has refused to indict U.S. Senator Mark Kelly and 5 other Democratic members of Congress who appeared in a video instructing military members to disobey unlawful orders. This comes after U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth censured and threatened to demote Kelly's retired rank of captain last month. The senator responded with a court filing of his own, speaking on the Senate floor.
I didn't expect that I would ever find myself here as a U.S. Senator having filed a lawsuit against a Secretary of Defense.
During a hearing last Tuesday, the federal judge in that lawsuit said he expected to have a decision in that case by today.
Eyes on Education.
Motion passes unanimously.
A local superintendent may have lied about his previous work experience, and now he's been fired. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer joins us live to tell us more about it.
Last night, the Paradise Valley Unified School District Governing Board voted unanimously to terminate the contract of Superintendent Todd Cummings over alleged lying on his job application. District Counsel Susan Siegel says his last position in Indiana had placed him on administrative leave.
The question to him was, have you ever been bought out of a contract or placed on administrative leave? He answered, no. I recently retired. I'm utilizing my accrued days to get to the end of my contract. This is untruthful and misleading.
Siegel added Cummings' actions while in the districts were incompetent and disrespectful. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more Education Solutions stories at KTAR.com/education. A new report shows Americans are feeling the financial pinch.
Inflation has been persistent. You have incomes not going up, and a significant number, a staggering number of Americans are holding debt. The New York Fed says total household debt reached an all-time high, $18.8 trillion in the final 3 months of last year. That includes mortgages, car loans, student loans, and credit cards, which all hit new records there.
That's ABC's Rebecca Jarvis. That's the sound of ecstatic Seattle Seahawks fans at the team's Super Bowl victory parade today. Things kicked off with a big rally at the team's home stadium, Lumen Field, ending at the base of the Space Needle. Turning to Wall Street, the Dow today down 59 points. The S&P also down by 1, and the Nasdaq fell 36. If you need more money news, just visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking traffic now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Not a whole lot to get in your way. We do have a crash to watch out for eastbound I-10 near 115th Avenue in Avondale, and another at 51st Avenue and Bell Road in Glendale. Weather-wise, we are expecting some rain to move in pretty soon. Cloudy skies today, our high right around 79 degrees, 61 for the overnight low, and tomorrow 79 for a high. And then things make a little bit of a change. 40% chance of rain on Friday with a high of 70, and there's a decent chance of some showers early next week as well. Right now in Gilbert, it's 74. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed, #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, now 2 till 6. Oh, this is our #1.
A lot of people tell you, our #1, best of the hours.
Let's kick it off.
Let's do this. All right, joining us right now is Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego. Senator Gallego, thank you for making time today.
Oh, you guys, not a problem.
All right, Senator. I saw this the other day. You had some.
What did you see?
I saw some big words coming from you.
Boy.
So Trump wants to nationalize elections, okay? And when you were speaking about this, you didn't say, you know what? If he does that, we'll shut the government down. You said, we'll shut the country down.
Whoa.
What does that mean?
Well, not nationalize elections. I'm talking about if he goes and, uses law enforcement to stop the vote, to go and obtain the ballot boxes, refuses to observe the elections. If he nationalizes the vote, that's something that's done through Congress and through the Senate. That's the will of the people. I may object to it depending on what it is.
But if he messes with the vote, in November, then you're going to go and do this thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. If he goes and decides to come on, we have to, in my opinion, you guys not putting words in your mouth, we have to consider the fact that this man is doing a lot of things that point to the fact that he may try to mess with the vote. And what does that look like? It could be, trying to force the stopping of the counts of counting of votes if things aren't going his way. He could send National Guard to seize the ballots instead of being processed. That's when we have to go through extreme measures. Them passing, different types of voter ID laws is not the response that you have to do an extreme measure like that.
Because, like Steve Bannon said, you know what? We're putting ICE in front of all the places where people
polling centers
are gonna vote. Would that go under the umbrella of, you know what, we might shut everything down?
No, I mean, it has to be more, to go to such an extreme, right? Because what you're saying, what I'm saying is that we have to do a nationwide boycott, right? You have to meet the moment. And the moment has to be something where people all agree, this crosses the line. I don't think you should have ICE in front of, polling places. I think it's going to really intimidate a lot of citizens, including Latinos, that we have a big population of in Arizona. But does that rise to the moment of a national strike? No. What happens when ICE agents break into, the Maricopa County ballot center and take ballots? That's when you got it. You see, you have to really meet the moment, and sometimes it's not going to hit it. But when we see it, that's when we should act.
So, Senator Gallego, again, appreciate the time. I want to understand this a little bit better. So, and I think we're on the same page. If federal agents attempt to interfere in state elections, in Arizona elections that are governed by the state of Arizona, by our Constitution and by law, what does a national strike look like to you? And by the way, give me a percentage. How reasonable or how far-fetched do you think this is?
Let's put it this way. I hope it's far-fetched.
Okay.
Right? Let's hope it's far-fetched. But let's also look at the facts of what we've seen. We saw January 6th happen in front of our eyes. We saw all the lead up to January 6th. We just saw the president go take ballots out of a voting center in Georgia. So I don't want to put any percentage on it. I just know that it can happen, so we might as well prepare for it. Yeah. If we get to that point, what it is I'm just asking every citizen to react in a peaceful way, but to make sure that we bring the economy and slow it down to the point where the president and his supporters are going to have to decide, what is important to this country, the economy and democracy. You just destroyed democracy by seizing these ballot boxes, and now you're going to see what happens to an economy when people don't have any stability, who don't believe in government anymore. And so what that looks like is, if you want to participate in this, and no one's going to be forced to do this, obviously, but stay home, don't shop, don't go to work unless you're a first responder or you take care, obviously, of your hospital system and things of that nature. But we have to make sure that we are fully making everyone understand that stealing our democracy, destroying our democracy through these, overt government heavy-handed ways is not going to fly, and you will have, the American public that will, rise peacefully against you.
Senator Gallego, the right is going to crush you on this. They're going to say that you ruined the economy, you slowed down the economy, you put a halt to, the economy. I mean, were you ready for that? Because that's the way that they're going to see this.
Well, again, I think we have to have an understanding of what we're talking about. Do I want to be in the situation? No. But are we also willing to give up 250 years of our democracy without us putting up a fight, without us having an argument? Are we willing to accept federal agents breaking into voting centers, stealing ballot boxes like you've seen in, Central America and all these dictatorial countries? Are we willing just to let that all go without us actually having a national push back on this? I think that there's a lot of Americans that understand that there are a lot of things that are at stake. Some of the things that are at stake, more so than money, is the fact that we're not going to be able to hand our democracy off to our kids. The one inheritance we've been able to give to every generation of Americans for 250 years is about to potentially, go by the wayside. And, we have to make a decision. Are we willing to take a hit on our stock portfolio versus generationally being known as the last American generation that let democracy die? I, for one, do not want to be remembered as a generation that let democracy die.
Understand. Again, joining us right now, U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego. Senator Gallego, I'm going to move topics here a little bit. You were a signatory.
That wasn't heavy enough?
Yeah, it was pretty good. No, I'm don't get me wrong. But it ain't going to get any easier. It's not going to get easier.
Okay. That's why you guys left me.
Yes. A signatory, if you will, on asking some very specific questions of the Department of Homeland Security regarding a proposed ICE facility out in the West Valley, Surprise, Arizona, specifically. What can you tell us about that, and what do you understand?
Well, we know that there was a purchase done of a facility that's about 7 football fields long, about $70 million. It was not done with permission of the Surprise City Council. I want to make sure people understand that, because I think a lot of people have been attacking the mayor of Surprise, fine gentleman, Republican. He's just trying to do his job. They have no way to block it. They have no way to impede in it or anything like that. The government did not coordinate with anybody here. They just went and bought. The questions are very, very simple. What is the purpose of this? How are you going to detain people? What is going to be the conditions of this? What's the cost going to be? What's the oversight going to be? Why was this place chosen, right? And by, what means, who bought it, all these kinds of things. These are the things that normally you would do in any type of, big government procurement, right? Or any big government plans. They're going to be processing, potentially, 10,000 people, potentially, or detaining, I should say, at least 10,000 people a day at a facility of this size. What type of impact they're going to have on that community? Right. What is it going to do when, protesters show up and you have a bunch of community members that now have to kind of live with the chaos that was brought? So these are the things that, normally in a normal administration, you would actually have full conversations with. You would have to find a more appropriate space. But they're moving so fast. They're doing things in such a haphazard manner. They're just trying to find places to put anywhere so they could start putting bodies in there. And I think, from my sense, talking to people on the West Side, that, they're against it, not just for the purposes of, obviously, because, some people are against the detention of that many humans, but also just the fact that, you're going to impact this community that has nothing and does not want to do anything of this nature, has nothing to do with this, and does not want to do anything with this.
Senator Gallego, we saw yesterday a grand jury in Washington refused to indict Democratic lawmakers. One of them is Senator Kelly. in connection with the video. We all remember the video they made. They urged U.S. military members to resist illegal orders, and we've seen the Pentagon go after Senator Kelly. What did you make of this grand jury decision yesterday?
Well, the grand jury decision isn't the thing we should be focused on. The fact that the administration tried to indict 2 sitting senators, and I think maybe potentially some congressmen, for speech, right?
Yeah.
This is getting to very, very dangerous territory. Yeah, I am shocked, and Kelly's dealing with it better than I am, that we're just accepting that, and the executive, with as much power as it has, with the power of the attorney general, can just not like what you said as an elected official, and they will go after you and they will try to throw you in jail. And even if they're not going to succeed, they'll keep trying in general. This is a total cut in our Constitution, right? We need to have a separation of powers so that way we have co-equal branches of government that keep everybody in check. What happens when one side gets too powerful? This is an example of that. And if we allow that to happen, maybe now it's something like what we saw with Kelly talking about your rights as a soldier that disagree with. But what about when we are also speaking of against the president for some of these corrupt practices that he's doing, some of the shady deals that he has? Are we going to also get indicted for that? Because that's the road we're going down, where they're weaponizing the Department of Justice to protect the president and not to protect the everyday American or Arizonan.
Senator Gallego, thank you so much for your time, and we really appreciate the conversation.
No problem. By the way, if this ever happens, you guys actually can't strike. You actually have to go.
We have to go. Hold on a second.
I just want to
yeah. Just to be clear.
Whoa!
I just want to get paid.
Yeah.
I'm far from essential. Far from it.
Oh no. You're going to be. You have to go to work. Sorry, guys.
Atlanta. Okay.
All
well,
right.
Appreciate it,
We'll be
Senator.
here.
Thank you.
All right. Adios, guys.
That's adios. That's Senator Ruben Gallego on talk of a national strike, not a government shutdown.
Yeah. See, I this is hard for me.
What do you mean?
Like what the senator is saying, it is a big warning to Donald Trump. It is don't mess with elections.
Right.
He's preparing for the worst. So if you are thinking about November and what's going to happen, do I think that he's going to mess with the elections? Listen, I don't know. I can't even predict anything anymore.
Who could possibly?
Do I think that there's a chance? Yeah, there's a chance.
It's greater than zero.
So what Gallego is doing before everything is starting to put, hey, this is how we will handle it. Like, I don't like economic boycotts. Like, remember when SB 1070 happened and we had one of the congressmen, was it Pastor? Who's now passed away? Down
in Tucson.
Okay, well, he's like, hey, just boycott Arizona.
Our state, yeah.
No, you live here. Now you want to boycott businesses.
Right.
That I didn't like at all. What Gallego is saying is, will you, and he hopes this doesn't happen, I think we all do, will you actually have to make a decision later this year to say, you know what? My 401k is going to go down the tube. Hopefully it'll rebound. But if we don't do something, democracy will end. If the votes don't count, if he goes in and messes with the vote, if Trump says stop the count, how are Americans going to react? That's what Gallego's saying. And it's a dangerous spot, man.
I agree.
If you are going to personally be asked, hey, your money, your bank account, your wealth, whatever you've got, you're going to decide.
Will it come second to
the
continuation
put
of
it in order. Put it in order
of this grand experiment that we call the United States of America.
Got to tell you, a lot of people are going to put their money first.
Very well may. Very well may.
But I don't know how that's going to go.
Yeah. But let's hope we don't get to that point, right? That's the goal.
We're going to try and prepare for worst case scenario.
Yeah. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn, the Hall of Famer, is going to do that for us next. And coming up next, well, maybe this is part of it. Are you optimistic or pessimistic, you personally, about the next 5 years? 5 years from now, do you think you'll be better off or worse off? We're talking about it next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:19. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
Phoenix City Council has voted to direct staff to draft up rule changes that allow the city to collect data on local ICE operations and potentially stop the agency from using city-owned property. Isabel Garcia with advocacy group Put Air in Action argues the city should be doing more, as the group organized members of the public to shout over the meeting. The city's potential changes that would challenge ICE operations will be presented within about 45 days for a final vote. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Today, looking for a high right around 80 degrees. Our cloudy skies are going to hang with us. 61 overnight. Chance of rain. Good chance by Friday. Right now, it's 81 degrees in Maricopa. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com.
Hey, Joe Huizinga. Authorities talked to and released someone they believed was connected to Nancy Guthrie's abduction. Still no arrests, still no Nancy Guthrie. Becky Lynn and I will have the latest tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel and listen on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
I want to give a quick city shout out to everyone listening in Maryvale. It's more of a neighborhood. The Maryvalians, thank you guys so much. Shout out to the Vale. What up? All right, Maryvale. There you go. Serious question. Are you optimistic or pessimistic about the next 5 years? I'm talking about like you personally, and maybe I should put it in this kind of a question. Do you think you will be better off in 5 years, or do you think it'll be worse off than 5 years?
I think Trump is the wild card. I don't know.
You think it's driven mostly by politics these days?
I think it's Trump.
So can I give you the latest? This is a Pew Research poll, Gallup, excuse me.
Okay.
The number of people who think, adults, U.S. adults, who think that their quality of life will be worse in 5 years is at the highest number it's been in 20 years since they started this poll.
Okay. Factors?
Economy?
Yeah.
Don't you think that's a big part of it for most people?
Can you afford a house?
Yeah, when you're looking ahead in 5 years, do you have confidence that you're going to be doing better, or do you think that whatever hits you've taken recently are going to keep coming?
Right, and you've got to, and this answer is different for everybody, I think, depending on your age. Okay. You know, if I'm looking at my wife and I in our situation, I think we've built something pretty great. Okay, and so do we think that in 5 years...
You can weather a bit of a storm over the next 5 years.
Yeah. Like a lot of people are saying, one of the big news stories of the week is the tariffs have cost American households $1,000 each.
Yeah.
Okay. There are some of you out there.
That's on average, which means some of you.
There's some of you out there that can't take that hit. It's devastating. And then there's some of us who can take it and not think twice.
Yeah.
And so we're all on these different economic levels or what have you. And so if you're looking at this poll that says, you know, a lot of people say they're going to be worse off, I don't know. I really do think it depends on, you know, are you in the last part of your career or are you in the first part of your career?
Well, and they kind of asked people, you know, and they gave them a group. Are you thriving?
Yeah.
Struggling?
Right.
Or are you suffering? And where do you think you'll be in 5 years? Do you see what I'm saying? And again, the problem is the lowest number of people since they started doing it think they'll be thriving in 5 years.
And I just don't want to put it on a president. But this man is different, and we all know that. We all know that.
The unpredictability.
Well, and I'll give you an example. the stock market. When Trump took over, not the first time, because the first time I'm like, he might be good for the economy. And he was. It was an awesome economy. I wish he'd go back to some of the stuff like that. But he's not. So at the beginning of his second term, I'm looking at my 401k and what I have invested. And listen, I've been through
2008,
9/11.
Yeah.
I mean, some really COVID.
Yeah.
COVID. None of that worried me necessarily. This worries me. We just talked to Ruben Gallego. Democracy. Is he going to try and stop the count, the vote, what he's doing with ICE? We've never seen this before. Mm-hmm. That kind of stuff worries me about the future, and it could hurt
because
your
it's
wallet.
being driven by one
person.
Yeah,
one person. However you think, he's a madman or he's brilliant, and it's up to you.
By the way, I call him a madman because I really hope he sues me someday, so I can prove in court that he's a madman.
Stock market is up over 50,000 for the first time. It's not a great stock market.
But why are people still pessimistic? Because they're not invested in the stock market?
Because Main Street is different than Wall Street.
Fair enough.
Because, say your 401k is doing pretty good, but you're having problems buying groceries.
You can't make ends meet.
What are you going to do?
What do you care what the stock market is?
Yeah, it's not good.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And last night, a person of interest was detained down in Tucson. Turned out to be the wrong guy. What did the FBI do wrong? We're going to talk to one of our law enforcement experts. Matt Browning joins us next. Outspoken on KTAR.
New developments out of Tucson in the Guthrie case.
The FBI released images of a masked man approaching Nancy Guthrie's front door. In the video, you can see him appearing in the entrance, slowly walking toward the door, eyes visible, his face covered by a ski mask. Wearing gloves, carrying a backpack, authorities say he had a gun on his waistband.
Stay with KTAR News for more on this breaking news story on YouTube, the KTAR News app, KTAR.com, and 92.3.
Thank you, K2 Vision. That's what I said, and you will too. Hey, it's Jim Sharp, and if you struggle with distance vision and now you need those pesky readers, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution. Plus, you'll never have to worry about getting a cataract. After 150,000 lens procedures, the K2 Vision doctors know if RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be.
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Enjoy holiday magic all year long. AZ Trim Light brings permanent programmable LED lighting to your home so you can celebrate every occasion in style. Control colors and patterns right from your smartphone or tablet. AZ Trim Light is Arizona's original permanent lighting company and still going strong. Backed by the industry's only real lifetime product warranty, AZ Trim Light delivers competitive prices and uncompromising quality. Make your home shine with the very best. AZ Trim Light. Schedule your free no pressure quote today at aztrimlight.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Right now, save $16 on a pair of Rain-X Rugged XL wiper blades, plus get 2 times O rewards points only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second.
That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
LaDonna here. Imagine you find your dream home and then you move in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, no weird coordinating. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com. Get a free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KTAR News now.
2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A former FBI investigator and professor at Embry-Riddle University says the release of the video that shows a potential suspect in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie is a huge development in this case. Steve Hooper joined the Mike Broomhead show and says authorities showing that video is being done for a reason, and that's to generate leads.
Obviously, someone's going to recognize this person. There's someone who probably already has recognized them, but they're a friend, they're a relative, they're someone close to them, and they don't want to be the one to turn them in.
Hooper says investigators knew that releasing the video would generate hundreds, if not thousands, of leads. He adds there is a team of investigators that will follow up on each lead that is called in, and nearly 4,000 calls have come in just the last 24 hours since the video was released. One person was detained, questioned, and then released.
This is outrageous.
We're hearing directly from Senator Mark Kelly after a grand jury refused to indict him and other Democrat lawmakers. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz joins us now live from the News Center with more.
This happening after a U.S. Justice Department investigation into a video Senator Kelly and 5 other Democrats made last year urging troops to not follow illegal orders. It drew the ire of the Trump admin, but a Washington grand jury declining to bring charges against them yesterday. Now Senator Kelly says,
This is not a good news story. This is a story about how Donald Trump and his cronies are trying to break our system in order to silence anyone who lawfully speaks out against them.
And he describes the attempt to bring criminal charges as authoritarian, adding he expects further retaliation from the admin, but says he knows the law is on his side. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
And we're also awaiting a decision in the senator's lawsuit against Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, challenging Kelly's censure over that same video.
A KTAR News exclusive.
He's ready to stand up for democracy, so says Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego, who exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos he's ready to lead a nationwide strike should the Trump administration interfere with this year's midterm elections.
Let's hope it's far-fetched, but let's also look at the facts of what we've seen. We saw January 6th happen in front of our eyes. We saw all the lead up to January 6th. We just saw the president go take ballots out of a voting center in Georgia.
The senator says such interference would include a stopping of vote counts or seizing of ballots. You can see that entire interview with the senator on KTAR's YouTube channel. Time to check traffic. Let's go to Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Glendale with traffic signal issues on the US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near 53rd Avenue. Tempe with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. Loop 101 Pima Freeway northbound near University Drive. Looking towards Surface Streets. Chandler with a crash involving a motorcyclist on Germain Road and Sturman Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Cloudy skies, very slight chance we could see some showers today. Our high right around 80 tonight, still cloudy and 61. Tomorrow, partly cloudy and 79. And then Friday, we've got a 40% chance of rain. We should drop off to about 70. It's 79 right now in Tolleson. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
KTAR News continuing coverage of the Guthrie case on Outspoken.
You know what? I don't know about you, Gatos, but last night after we got off the air at 6 o'clock now, actually was in a movie theater. I got out of the movie theater to alerts, messages.
Oh, my gosh.
Maybe there was a break in the Guthrie case. A person had been detained. They were searching a home in southern Arizona, Rio Rico, just south of Tucson.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, maybe this is going to come to a conclusion one way or the other.
Yeah, I was watching it on social media kind of go down in real time, which is just insane to watch. And we're watching this and watching this and watching this, and you're just like, God, please let this be the guy, and let's find Nancy Guthrie. But it was the wrong guy, and I think we should go through what happened last night.
Fair enough. So yesterday the big story was the video came out.
Right. Masked man.
The door cam video where we got not a facial picture as much. They were wearing a full ski mask, but we could pick out some identifiable things. Look like maybe a mustache or goatee, well-trimmed eyebrows.
And last night
big
you got
build.
A traffic stop, person of interest, taken in.
Detained.
They went to the house where he was at. They went through the house, and at the end of everything, cleared.
Let the guy go, nothing in the house.
All right, let's go through it.
Joining us right now to maybe understand it a little bit better is someone who's been helping us understand this from the very get-go, is Matt Browning, retired Mesa PD detective and a gang and extremist expert. First off, Matt, thank you again for joining us. I do not want to throw stones at the FBI, but this was like a big swing and a miss last night. The pressure must be intense. I'll acknowledge that. But come on.
Yeah, I think swing and a miss in a 9-inning game. I mean, it's all right. We're playing the long game here. It's not like overnight we're going to get answers and everything's going to fall into place. It's one tip after another. Videos get released. Now you have to find the guy in the video. They go off a tip that they're getting about this guy. I mean, what would happen if they didn't follow that up?
Okay.
You just can't pick and choose. Unfortunately, you just have to go with what you're getting.
Yeah, I was kind of with Bruce a little bit. I didn't know if it was a good start for the FBI, even though we're on day 11, or if it was kind of a whoops. But I'm with you. It's like, okay, well, you've got a tip. You're not going to just not go and seek out everything about that tip.
It appears to be one of the first ones they've acted on.
Yeah, you know what? I think everybody's getting frustrated that nothing has been resolved in their minds. But again, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Okay. There could be things going, just different things going everywhere. This is time consuming, and we have to put our trust in law enforcement that they are answering the tips, whether they're good or bad.
Matt Browning joining us, retired Mesa PD detective, gang and extremist expert. So last night, a person of interest detained. Turned out that wasn't the person that took Nancy Guthrie. I was watching this in real time, Matt, and it was just like, it's incredible how we have technology and our cell phones and social media. And so, okay, they got a guy in custody, and I'm getting like, oh, come on, this has to be it, right? And then the media shows up at the house, and they interview, I think, his mother-in-law.
Yeah.
And one of the first things out of her mouth made me believe, yep, this isn't the guy. She said, she told the FBI, you don't need a warrant. You can just walk in. I don't even know what you're talking about.
She wasn't even sure who the lady was. The idea that everyone's following the story. She's like, I
right.
heard a
and I'm
little
not
something.
saying that just because she says that you walk away, but like as a viewer, as someone that's watching this kind of happen, you see that mother-in-law say, you guys can do whatever you want here. I'll welcome you right in. As soon as she said that, I was like, it's not the guy.
Yeah, it's not. There's nobody being hidden in that house. What's more concerning to me is why was the media even there?
Ooh.
Why are they being allowed up to interview people that are inside the house?
Great point.
Those are the concerning things that I have. And it's just they got a tip, they had to follow up on it, and they're doing the best they can.
We're talking to Matt Browning again, retired Mesa PD detective and a gang and extremist expert. It's interesting you say that, Matt, because I saw the gathered media interviewing this woman whose apparently its house was, and my first thought was, why aren't the police interviewing her? She's giving out information.
Right.
She's you know what I'm saying? I mean, if there was a crime involved, she's literally confessing to a variety of stuff here.
Yeah, you know what? I'll be the first one to critique law enforcement, and I think when it comes to crime scene management, possibly we could be doing a little bit better, not allowing people up to the houses or allowing people to order pizza to houses.
Oh.
But when it comes down to it, we have an 84-year-old woman who's a mother that is missing. And I think it's up to us as people in society to get behind law enforcement and help where we can. And that's why these tips are so important that they're getting, and that's why they need to be followed up. But we need to remember, like the tip that came in this morning, the Bitcoin 1-in-1 token, that's completely ridiculous. That's somebody getting on the bandwagon wanting money, and we should not be doing that. We should be helping find this mom.
What you just said there, actually, Bruce and I, we haven't brought it up on the show yet.
Yeah.
There was someone who contacted TMZ
who's been contacted before.
I've got information, but I'm only going to do it if you send me one Bitcoin, which is worth $66,000.
Right.
What kind of absolute horror of a human being has information, so-called has information, about the kidnapping, but won't say a word unless you give me 66 grand?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's the same type of person who took the victim to start with. These are people who are not using their brains and who are inflicting damage on people for their own self-profit. So I think that, first of all, there's an 800 number out there. If you have a tip, call it.
1-800-CALL-FBI.
Yeah, if your information is used in the adjudication of this case, then you get the reward money, but not until it's adjudicated. And I guess this guy thought that he could bypass everything and get 66 grand before he even gave up info.
Matt, I want to ask.
It's not a good idea.
No. They might track this person down as well. Again, thinking back and relying on your law enforcement experience as a detective in Mesa for so many years, I want to say they said they've received over 40,000 tips. And I think they said 8,000 came in yesterday. I'm just asking from a rational thing. How are you sitting in a detective's room, police department? How do you sift through the volume and determine that's worth following up and that's hogwash?
Well, that's where you have your case managers, your case agents, and your supervisors are the ones telling you what to do. There's so many different dynamics to an investigation. If we look back on like 1999 when Mikkel Biggs was kidnapped, taken out of Mesa, that one, they're still getting tips this day on. And so you just have to, the investigators know what they're looking for.
Okay.
They know things that we don't know. And so if there comes something about what they know or what they're looking at, that's a priority. Let's go after this. Anything with the license plate that they can identify, that's easily followed up on, that they can just take care of real quick, those are easy to do. And so it's just, there's a certain criteria each tip has to meet to be followed up on.
Really appreciate, Matt. Thank you again. I have a feeling we're going to continue to be talking to you as this saga keeps going. Best of luck to you.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
That's Matt Browning, retired Mesa PD detective, also a gang and extremist expert. He's also an author. He's written some pretty amazing books about it as well. Check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn, she's on top of that. She's going to do it for us. And up next, should an ICE facility be built next door to a Valley High School? Looks like it might happen. We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Sweet James, serving injured accident victims for over, are you ready? 25 years. So they take every single case seriously. They're going to ensure that if you're their client, your voice will be heard. Your needs will be met in the process. These are winners. These are guys and gals who are closers, and they are going to make sure that you are going to get what you deserve if you are injured. They're experiencing over 500 trials. They've got a 98% winning record. And that means that, you know what, insurance companies know Sweet James doesn't back down. Sweet James, trusted by thousands of injured accident victims in Arizona, and is officially the attorney partner of the Phoenix Suns. So go to sweetjames.com or call 1-800-9-MILLION. If I were you, I would just put this in your cell phone. You never know if you or a family member could get injured. God forbid. You're going to have to make a phone call, and you want the best lawyer. Sweet James, 1-800-9-MILLION. Tell him Gato sent you.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap. No salt, no regular maintenance, and no plastic. Just fresh filtered water that protects your family and your appliances. So call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Right now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some greatly needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. It's a great alternative to paint. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 to 5 years, costing you more and more money. But when you use Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. With Rhino Shield, your home will always look like it's just been freshly painted. Guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. So if you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you to receive 15% off the regular price. That's 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 18644, Amy Batten, NMLS 1897666.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The Paradise Valley Unified School District Governing Board voted unanimously last night to fire Superintendent Todd Cummings over allegations of lying on his job application. District Counsel Susan Segal says he did not report that he had been put on administrative leave at his last job in Indiana. Cummings has been on administrative leave in Paradise Valley since September. We have more Education Solutions stories for you at KTAR.com/education. Checking our forecast for today, we're going to be right around 80. Cloudy skies hanging with us. By Friday, 40% chance of rain and cooling off to 70. It's 80 in Phoenix right now and cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here. For a kitchen that looks great and works perfectly for your family's needs, go with Trevec Remodeling. Trevec transforms kitchens into beautiful, functional spaces, and whether you want a complete overhaul or just a few updates, their team of experts will work with you every step of the way. From custom cabinetry and countertops to modern appliances and lighting, Trevec uses only the highest quality materials and craftsmanship. Your home is the biggest investment you'll ever make, and with Trevec, you can stay on budget and still get the kitchen of your dreams. So, if you're ready to turn your kitchen into the heart of your home, call 480-367-1171. 480-367-1171. Call 480-367-1171 or visit Trevec.com, Travek.com. Trevec Remodeling. Together, building dreams for more than 20 years.
At the Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and at Midwestern, students and faculty providers work together to deliver affordable, unhurried, and thorough care. Whether it's physical therapy, like I've had at Midwestern, occupational therapy, speech therapy, or clinical psychology, you'll find comprehensive services for your entire family, all in one place, in a 74,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility in Glendale, just off the 101 near 59th Avenue in Utopia. The Therapy Institute uses the latest technology to provide high-quality, patient-centered care. Midwestern's team includes licensed faculty and advanced students from the College of Health Sciences and the Arizona College of Optometry, working together to serve patients of all ages and abilities. And with one of only 12 Karen virtual reality systems in the U.S., Midwestern offers advanced rehabilitation and evaluation like no other. Visit MWUclinics.com to learn more or schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare. Hey, it's Jim Sharp, and spring training means the innings and extra innings music festivals are on the horizon. So what happens to all that leftover food? You'll find out on the next Arizona's Morning News. Watch LaDonna Harvey and me on the KTAR YouTube channel, or listen on air online or on the KTAR app.
Yes.
I did not get up in the middle of the night to pee at about 5:30 and listen to the morning show on the YouTube channel like I did 2 days ago.
Thank you for that update.
I just wanted to update you.
No, it's important.
Because, sometimes, your bladder pushes on you.
Is that
and
how
you
that
got to get
works?
up. And when I say middle of the night, it's like 5:30. That's when the morning show starts.
Middle of the darn night, yeah.
And
when you wake up at 10 a.m., that is the middle of the night.
I don't wake up at 10 a.m. But I did not check the YouTube channel.
Gatos, coming up at 5 o'clock today, the face-off.
Yeah.
We're going to convene a panel. The good and the great of the Valley going to get together, and boy, do we have a lot to go over. The hot topics du jour.
Bad Bunny.
Okay.
The Obamas depicted as apes.
Nancy Guthrie case.
We should talk about that as well.
We'll bring that into the face-off as well. So that's coming up at 5. You get on air, online, and on the KTAR YouTube channel.
I didn't watch the morning show on the YouTube channel from the toilet this time.
Okay. I actually think they would be happy to hear that.
They could. They're
positive.
They're happy that I didn't.
That's
do that.
they're going to mark that down as a win on a Wednesday. So we actually spoke to Senator Gallego 45 minutes ago or so, and asked him, because he has signed on to a letter asking the Department of Homeland Security exactly what, how, when they plan on converting a vacant warehouse, some 400,000 square foot warehouse, that's a big warehouse, into an ICE detention facility in Surprise, Arizona. We also know Attorney General Mays is involved in asking some of these questions as well.
Well, I mean, listen, if you own a property in Surprise, your property value is going to absolutely go down.
If you live next to an ICE warehouse.
Bruce, ask me if I'd like to live next to an ICE warehouse.
This is the NIMBYs. Would you like to live next to an ICE warehouse?
Of course not.
Okay.
Of course not. Because you know what's going to happen?
What?
There's going to be protests.
Good
what's
chance.
going to happen? There's going to be a lot of activity there. They're probably going to bring a lot of people who are U.S. citizens that ICE likes to arrest U.S. citizens.
They are into that these
And
days.
so do I want that right next to a school that my kid goes to?
Okay, well, you say that. This warehouse is, if you look on the map, out there in Surprise, it is less than a mile from Dysart High School. So you also have, I think, concerns of community members, valid concerns watching how these thugs have been acting. What about kids coming and going to school?
Walking
on sidewalks, going to school.
Right. Well, I mean,
is ICE going to tackle them? Ask them for papers?
I don't know.
Drag them in when they're on their way to math class? I wouldn't put it past them.
I wouldn't put it past them either. I worry more about congestion in the streets, protests that will happen outside of the facility.
Mm-hmm.
I would worry. Yeah, of course you worry about your kids, and there's no doubt. You worry about do you want to live in surprise anymore? Do you want to have a house anywhere near this? Because if you are trying to sell a home right now, good luck.
It's funny.
Good luck.
Do you know when you buy a home? I know you know this. They make you sign like this disclosure. The real estate, like, we have no control over what is built across the street, or you can't come back and argue with us about what they built down the road. Like, we have no control over that. And I remember when I bought a house out in all white Tukey. I remember the guy saying, there was just desert behind me, and he goes, what does this thing mean? Well, you got to sign this because we have no control over what they could build a tire factory. And he said tire factory like 3 times. And I go, do you know something I don't know? Are they building a tire factory out there? He goes, no, it's just the worst thing I could think of living next door to. We might have to replace it with, they could build an ice facility in your backyard.
I'll give you another example. You know the part of the I-10 that stinks like pot?
Right there. Every day I drive through it.
If you bought a home right around there and you didn't know that there was going to be all these facilities making the weed.
And the wind starts coming in one day, all of a sudden.
There's a reason we put a big prison in Florence.
Yeah, a bunch of big prisons out there in Florence. Bunch of them. All right, checking the headlines on the way, and a reminder that face-off coming up at 5 o'clock. So has the Guthrie case in Tucson made you want to get rid of your Ring doorbell or install more cameras? We'll talk about it up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, gentlemen, let's have a tough conversation. Maybe you've got low testosterone. You don't want to hear about it. You don't want to read about it. You don't want to even acknowledge the possibility that you got some low T going. You don't want to talk about how tired you feel or how you lose focus at times or, little trouble in the bedroom. You don't want to talk about it. Well, we're going to talk about it. If there's a chance that you have low testosterone, if some of the things that are happening, what I just said, are happening to you, I'm going to give you the solution, and I'm going to make it super easy for you. If you've got low T, go to Red Mountain. They've got spas all around the valley. You can go talk to a doctor there. You can even have a convenient online video appointment. You can talk about how you're feeling. You can talk about what's missing in your life. You need testosterone therapy. So when you go and get tested for low T, I'll save you a few $100. You can start for free because you're going to mention Gatos. And after you get that testosterone therapy, you're going to have more energy. You're going to build muscle mass. You're going to sleep better, boost your sex drive. It is a game changer. RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Hey, Eric, you know Valentine's Day is right around the corner, right?
Yeah, I do, and that generally means I'm in trouble.
No, I was actually thinking about our customers.
You're always thinking about our customers, babe.
That's kind of our thing here at Precision Air and Plumbing. So instead of chocolates or flowers that don't last, I think we should do something for the Valley they'll really appreciate.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Air conditioning. I think we should keep the best offer of the year going.
You know what? I think you're right.
Babe, I'm always right. Now tell them about that offer.
I walked right into that one. For the month of February, Precision Air and Plumbing is offering 50% off new AC units.
Now that's a great way to show our customers some love.
Make the precision decision today and get 50% off new AC units. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC or go to precisionairandplumbing.com.
Precision decision with Precision Air.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hi, KTAR listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The FBI is searching desert areas of the Catalina foothills north of Tucson for Nancy Guthrie, who now has been missing for 11 days. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is there and joins us now live to tell us what she's seeing.
A Pima County Sheriff's truck is parked outside Nancy's home, and federal agents were seen earlier today searching the surrounding terrain full of cacti and mesquite trees. I spoke with a neighbor of Nancy's daughter, Annie, who lives 10 minutes away and says there was a lot of crime in Tucson. She tells me a large homeless encampment was cleared out by 100-acre Wood Bike Park in November, less than 10 miles from here, although there are no known ties to this case. Nearly 30 people have gone missing in the Tucson area since 1980, and many of the cases remain unsolved, according to the National Missing and Unidentified Persons Systems. Reporting live in Tucson, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
There is a $50,000 reward that remains in place for any information leading investigators to Nancy Guthrie. Keep it here because we'll continue to follow all of the developments that come in as this investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance continues. For more, you can go to KTAR.com.
Eyes on Education.
Motion passes unanimously.
A local school superintendent may have lied about his previous work experience, and now he's been fired. KTAR education reporter Shira Tanzer joins us live to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, last night the Paradise Valley Unified School District Governing Board voted unanimously to terminate the contract of Superintendent Todd Cummings over alleged lying on his job application. District Counsel Susan Siegel says his last position in Indiana had placed him on administrative leave.
The question to him was, have you ever been bought out of a contract or placed on administrative leave? He answered, no. I recently retired. I'm utilizing my accrued days to get to the end of my contract. This is untruthful and misleading.
Siegel added Cummings' actions while in the district were incompetent and disrespectful. Live in the News Center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
He should know that the Constitution is on our side.
A federal grand jury refusing to indict Senator Mark Kelly on criminal charges after U.S. Department of Justice investigation over a video he and other Democrat lawmakers made last year, directly telling U.S. troops that they don't have to follow illegal orders. Senator Kelly saying it was an attack on his free speech, and he expects more retaliation from the Trump administration, arguing, despite the legal win, the attempt was, quote, authoritarian. Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's February 11th, and back on this day in 2012, pop global superstar Whitney Houston died at age 48. Houston's story is something out of a movie. In 1983, music producer Clive Davis heard Houston perform at a New York City nightclub and signed her to a record deal. Her self-titled debut album, released in 1985, sold more than 25 million copies around the world and featured the hit singles Saving All My Love for You, How Will I Know, and The Greatest Love of All. Houston died at a Beverly Hilton hotel where she was expected to perform that night at a pre-Grammy Awards party. The pop diva was known for her impeccable voice and soaring range. She won a total of 6 Grammy Awards and 22 American Music Awards throughout the span of her career, and is credited for influencing generations of singers from Jennifer Hudson to Mariah Carey. And she died back on this day in 2012.
Time to check traffic. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Glendale traffic signal glitches on the US 60 Grand Avenue. Westbound near 53rd Avenue, looking towards surface streets, Buckeye with a crash involving a pedestrian on Buckeye Avenue and 23rd Avenue. Glendale with a crash on 59th Avenue and Missouri Avenue, and Glendale again with a crash on 51st Avenue and Bell Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Cloudy skies going to be with us for the next few days, and we'll start to cool off.
KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This is hour number 2.
Oh, a lot of people are going to tell you hour number 2, best of the hours.
All right, so we are now here 2 till 6 every single weekday afternoon. So we got the face-off coming up at 5.
That we do.
And it is going to be big time.
Yeah.
We've got our panel ready to go. We're ready to talk about why MAGA doesn't like Bad Buddy. Also, nationalizing elections. The president wants to do that.
Yeah.
Might get into a little bit of the local story with the ICE facility possibly going into surprise. But we've got our panel ready to go. We're just 2 hours away from the face-off. Highly anticipated, might I say.
Yes, it is. So I want to say that obviously we've all been following and paying attention to the Nancy Guthrie story for 10 days now.
Can I give you the 3 big points?
Big points. Here we go.
We saw yesterday the picture of the man. Haunting, right?
The video. Oh, it looks like a horror movie.
Since then, thousands of tips. Since then, a man detained and released. Since then, they found a black glove.
That's new
and now
today,
they're looking at a black glove as possible evidence. Go right ahead.
Yeah, that's today. I got to tell you, it was yesterday that it dawned on me that my big takeaway from this case is that you are being recorded, and there are images of you that can be found apparently anytime, any place, and anywhere. The surveillance state is in full effect. If they can find a video and images of a guy on a camera that doesn't even have the subscription, the homeowner doesn't have access to those images, pictures, and videos, but Google, Amazon, whoever, the parent companies all have access to all of that. I took from it that we're being surveilled a heck of a lot more than we thought. And even when you think you're not being surveilled. And so one of the things is I have the video doorbell.
Yeah, me too.
And I have another one, like a camera out by the garage.
I got a bunch of cameras.
You got a bunch of, okay. Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
I'm
of course you are.
I don't know if I want them anymore.
You're going to take them down.
I'm not comfortable with this.
Yeah, I'm going to put more up.
Yeah, I think the chance of me being kidnapped and them using a camera to find my kidnapper is 1 in 300 million. I think the chance of them using the video against me for some reason is about 1 in 10.
Yeah, I think I'm going to put more cameras up after this stuff. And it's not because I think someone's going to abduct me or what have you. I think that in this day and age, you've already kissed your privacy goodbye, man.
Yeah, but I don't like it.
Okay, then get rid of your cell phone.
I have something. I know how to hide my cell phone. I have something for that.
You're not like everybody. You're weird.
Yeah, I have a Faraday cage.
I understand that, but
yeah,
most people don't have that.
I can hide my cell phone.
Okay.
I can do that.
But my point is you've given up your privacy as soon as you have a cell phone, as soon as you go online.
Yeah, but when you have these video cameras,
right?
You are told that you're in charge of the content.
I'll just say this.
They're lying to you.
No. Did you read the fine print?
I never read the fine print.
Well, then if you read the fine print, you know what it's you have a pretty good idea of what it says. You're not in control of it. They can probably do whatever they want with it. You basically signed a waiver. And you've just got to you got to either accept it like I have, or you're like Bruce and says, I'm going to get rid of this stuff.
Yeah.
It just depends on what you're comfortable with privacy. That's all that. That's what's your level of comfort.
It's not just the privacy. It's how will it be used. If I'm not in control of the images coming from the video camera that I own
on your property,
on my property,
right.
I have a problem with that.
Then you should get rid of it.
I have a problem with that.
Then you need to get rid of it.
I very well may, yeah.
Why did you get it in the first place?
Just because I don't have a doorbell and I wanted to see who was at the front door.
Okay.
And now I don't care. I'll just show up with a gun. It doesn't bother me.
I know.
No problem. I'll just answer the door with a gun, going, I don't have a video doorbell. I just answer with a gun.
Put the camera in the backyard. Most of the time, the burglar's going to come to your back door because they don't want to be seen. I'm still surprised the Guthrie person came to the front door. But it might be because it's out there in that.
And it's so dark.
It's so dark out there, yeah.
But Bruce, and I know this of you. Let's say that I unexpectedly come to your house and I ring the doorbell and I know you're home. You're not.
I don't answer the doorbell.
You're not answering the doorbell anyway.
Yeah, I don't,
so why did you get this Ring camera anyway?
Yeah.
If you're not going to answer the door,
Well,
which I know
literally
you do.
didn't have a doorbell. Like, that isn't a joke.
But you don't need one.
Well, I don't think I do.
You don't need a doorbell.
But there'd be people like, I'd get these things like, the UPS guy was here and needed a signature. I go, I never heard the UPS guy. I never saw him anywhere.
Who gets a signature these days?
I don't know. Sometimes it happens.
All right, so are you really thinking of taking your stuff down?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
It's interesting.
Or I need to go into those settings somehow and make sure, again, but I don't think they're going to let me be in control of the images on my property with my camera. And I have a problem with that.
Okay, Becky Lynn, the female perspective here.
Okay.
You're home alone, husband's on a trip. Do you want all those cameras around your house? Does that make you feel safer?
Not necessarily. But we had cameras. We had cameras inside and out.
Okay.
We had a break-in at our house.
I remember.
8 years ago, and that's when we put them
It's terrifying.
on. It was terrifying.
Are you comfortable with the idea that the cameras inside your house are always recording images and somebody else has access to it?
No, and to the point where if we were home, there was always a towel over the camera.
Is that right?
Yes. And now I've learned that they make cameras that have a little eye closure.
Okay.
And you can do
like on a laptop or something where you can flip the little thingy on it so the camera isn't.
But the outside cameras, that was just so we could see if anybody had wandered into our property or whatever.
See, the outside cameras make plenty of sense to me. The inside camera, like I was talking to a friend who's got a second home up north, and he's got the camera inside. He can look on his phone and see the inside because he's not there all the time.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh, that makes plenty of sense.
Yeah.
It gives you kind of peace of mind that somebody's not walking around your
Google
house.
or Amazon can also apparently look at that camera anytime they want.
There's no doubt.
So
right?
now we've learned that. Yes.
We've now learned. And we've also learned that these cameras are recording images even when
you don't have the subscription.
You don't have the subscription.
Or when you told it, it's not recording for you. It's recording for them.
Right. And you can make the argument that you don't like that.
I don't.
Okay. But if we don't have that, we have zero clues about where Nancy Guthrie is.
We've had a crime since the second person showed up on this planet, and we've only had cameras for about 10 years. So
I'm just saying, dude.
We've managed to solve crime without doorbell cameras, amazingly, for the majority of human existence.
Yeah, but it makes it a lot easier, doesn't it?
And don't forget about your television that supposedly is listening to everything you do and say, too.
Your smart TV has a camera sometimes.
And it's recording everything you say. If you
here's the thing.
You own all this stuff that's watching you.
I don't
you
like
don't
it.
like it.
Because
but
here's
then
the thing.
Don't own it.
That's why it's so cheap.
I don't think I know. I don't know what I don't know. We only find out, like this whole thing with the video cam.
Yes.
We're only finding out because of the Guthrie case that this. I think a lot of people, it's news to them.
Don't go out in public, Bruce, because they're taking a picture of you everywhere you go.
I have no expectation of privacy in public. I understand that.
Yeah.
Huge, come on, huge First and Fourth Amendment guy. No expectation of privacy in public. You put your cameras up everywhere, which is why I can film you in public everywhere. Also, it's also my right.
You know, some people don't think that, but
well, I don't care. They're called un-American, commies, or North Koreans. But in my house, on my property, why am I not in control of my likeness, image, or whatever is going on?
Right.
Because you're storing the stuff on their server. See, there you're going to have to get your own server and store your own.
I don't have the subscription because I didn't want it stored.
Tough. They
You
still
see,
looking at you.
And I found out that
now
doesn't
you know.
matter.
Yeah. So you got to take it down if that's the way you feel.
Yeah, I'm
going to add more.
Yeah, I'm going to put tape over my own doorbell camera.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about that?
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I'm going to put
and
tape
at the same time,
over mine.
the smartest thing I've ever heard.
So he can have the doorbell that he still
The
won't
doorbell
answer.
will ring,
And you
but I
still
won't
won't
have a
answer.
video of it because I don't have a doorbell.
I think it has
surprisingly
put a spotlight on Big Brother. You know,
Yeah.
it really has. I just always assumed, because I didn't read the fine print, they could do whatever they want with my doorbell camera, the cameras around there. They could do whatever they want with that.
You assume that.
I've already assumed it. Yep.
Yeah. I assumed that if I had the subscription and my videos were being stored in some way, shape, or form, that, other people would have access to it. I did not know, and I only learned yesterday, that they can still access the images inside or outside your house if they want to.
We're being watched right now.
Well, I can see the cameras, for God's sake.
We have cameras right in front of our face. You can watch our YouTube channel.
YouTube, yeah.
I'm the pretty one.
Yeah, you keep telling yourself that. Check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got, she's got our update us, everything going on. And coming up next, apparently not everyone learned to not take candy from a stranger. Isn't that like day one stuff? We'll talk about it. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Arizona Painting Company. Listen, I want you to look at your house when you go home. Is the paint fading? Are you seeing just like a tired look to your home? If that's the case, you know who to call. The guys I've been discussing here in afternoons for almost 20 years, the Arizona Painting Company. They were out my house last year. They painted the interior of the home. It's amazing. Just changed everything. Lighter colors. You just feel so much better inside the house when you look around. The lighter colors really, it's a totally different look. The Arizona Painting Company handles everything from start to finish, right? They come over. You mentioned Gato's free estimate. Remember, they buy the paint for you. A lot of these other companies, they make you buy the paint, and then you got to lug the paint home. That's not how they roll. They make it easy, no stress, no shortcuts, just quality work. And this month only, 15% off. Beautiful weather. This is the time you get your house painted. 15% off the Arizona Painting Company. Get that 15% off right in the palm of your hand by texting the word paint. Text the word paint to 620 620.
KTAR News Flash.
3:17. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. A national strike if the Trump administration interferes with this year's midterm elections. Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego says he's prepared to lead one if certain things were to happen in the months ahead.
What happens when ICE agents break into, the Maricopa County ballot center and take ballots? That's when you got it. You see, you have to really meet the moment.
The senator says he hopes it's a far-fetched scenario, but tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos anything is possible after January 6th and the FBI raid on the Fulton County, Georgia Elections Office. You can see that entire interview on the KTAR YouTube channel. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking those roads now. Enrique Garcia is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Glendale traffic signal issues reported on the US 60 Grand Avenue westbound near 53rd Avenue. A look into our surface streets. Glendale with a crash on 59th Avenue and Missouri Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, cloudy skies 61, 79 tomorrow, but some rain moving in by Friday. It's 79 now in Levine. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com.
Hey, Joe Huizinga. Authorities talked to and released someone they believed was connected to Nancy Guthrie's abduction. Still no arrests, still no Nancy Guthrie. Becky Lynn and I will have the latest tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel and listen on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
We're going to be checking in live with KTAR's own Heidi Hummel at the bottom of the hour, 3:30. She is down in Tucson with the latest, and we want to hear directly from her as she is on the Nancy Guthrie story.
All right, that's Bruce. I'm Gatos. We are on from 2 till 6.
We are.
From now on. It's day number 19. Oh, it's been a long 3 days.
It's been a...
Well, I've got to spend a fourth hour with you.
There is that.
That was not in my contract, by the way.
This is an outrage.
It's an outrage. So we'll be on from 2 to 6 from now on, and hope you enjoy the show. And if you don't, I don't care.
Fair enough. How old were you when you learned don't take candy from a stranger?
When I took candy from a stranger and I got smacked.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It seems like it's kind of early on in childhood development. There are certain things you don't do. Don't get in the van.
Oh, gosh.
Even if they're offering candy.
Yeah. No.
By the way, I'm no dummy. I want to see the candy first before I get in the van.
Exactly.
Okay? But no, don't take candy from a stranger.
No.
Well, apparently, this is not a thing that they do in Britain, in England.
And some adults haven't even learned this.
That's because 3 cabin staff of a British Airways flight had to be taken to the hospital after, apparently, they took what they thought were candy gummies from a passenger who offered them to them, and they turned out to be, shockingly, laced with THC, 300 milligrams of THC that sparked, quote, an intense high in the cabin members. And, they were taken to the hospital when it landed.
They were higher than the plane.
How about this?
Oh, no.
They don't know who the guy is that handed him out.
What do you mean?
This
It was a
it
stranger.
was all crazy, and they didn't know where it come from. And apparently, they were too high to be able to point the guy out.
It wasn't Steve in row 3.
No, and so
oh gosh,
they're like, sometimes passengers give gifts to flight attendants. Does the Gatos Bride get gifts from time to time?
Yes, and when she and I fly, she always, because she's a flight attendant, she brings little candy and stuff.
When you fly as a passenger,
yeah, to the flight attendants as well. And so this does happen.
But why would you? This had to have been opened, probably, right?
No.
You think that this passenger could have given them like a?
Who gives one gummy?
Right.
Yeah.
That's
like
weird.
Here's a bowl of gummies. Take my gummy.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see somebody taking a gummy, like gummy bears in a bag, like Halloween fun thing, the little ones.
Yeah.
But a THC lace gummy, that's gonna be not cheap, first of all.
I like how you said you don't take candy or anything from a stranger.
No.
You're lying.
Why?
When you get on a plane, the flight attendant gives you some candy and maybe a drink, and
but it's in a wrapper. I get the biscotti cookies. Yes. Oh, they're so good.
But it's from a stranger. You don't know that person.
But it's wrapped.
It's wrapped.
But you don't know that the person who gave it to you, you don't know her.
But I don't know the person at the grocery store either. I mean, come on. But I mean,
so you do take food from a stranger.
If they unwrapped it and started handing it out, I go, I think I'm okay.
So if the gummies were wrapped, you would have eaten it?
Possibly.
No.
But I want to see him in that little gummy bear, little bag that I'm familiar with.
The little, like you get a Halloween or whatever.
Is that what it is?
Haribo.
Those are the positive.
It's really good. Those red gummy fish.
They are Swedish fish.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Best.
So they are concerned, needless to say, and apparently British Airways is going to have to change their policy because they said that the three members realized something was wrong. Quote, said they were having an out-of-body experience and totally freaked out during the flight. And they said, well, what if all of the cabin crew had taken this?
Yeah, what if the pilots...
What if you're at 40,000 feet and the pilots, start hallucinating?
Can I tell you, I don't buy this story on sale.
You don't buy it?
I don't buy it. I think, here's my conspiracy. They were bored. Their plane was, delayed. They had a couple hours, and they're like, let's get loaded. And they just did it themselves and then got on the plane like, oh, crap, I'm really freaking out.
Well, I can tell you the fact that they said they, quote, felt totally out of control and were panicked. They're probably not big weed users.
Probably
right?
not.
You know what I'm saying? That might have been their first time.
Probably not.
If you will, which led to them freaking out. So don't take candy from a stranger, even on an airplane. And probably a good rule, don't ever take a gummy from somebody.
Yeah, don't put drugged sweets in your mouth.
Copy that.
Okay.
Check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. We're going to go live to Tucson next. KTAR News reporter Heidi Hommel is down there.
Glove.
Yeah, we've got
a black
new
glove.
information.
Yeah.
She's going to give us the latest. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
New developments out of Tucson in the Guthrie case.
The FBI released images of a masked man approaching Nancy Guthrie's front door. In the video, you can see him appearing in the entrance, slowly walking toward the door, eyes visible, his face covered by a ski mask. Wearing gloves, carrying a backpack, authorities say he had a gun on his waistband.
Stay with KTAR News for more on this breaking news story on YouTube, the KTAR News app, KTAR.com, and 92.3.
In Arizona, they said need to paint like every 6 years. And I said, that's crazy.
It's a new year, Phoenix, so why not stop the madness and do what Brian did? He called Rhino Shield.
It's a ranch-style house. 3 sides are a sheathing. It's the wood sheathing that got coated with Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our unique climate right here in Phoenix.
With Rhino Shield, they talk about like an R13 insulation value. That's another way to reduce the air conditioning bill. I think it's a really good investment and will be well worth it.
Get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield now for 15% off the regular price.
I plan to live in the house for about 20 years, and you guys warranty your product. I don't have to worry about it.
Rhino Shield, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. So stop throwing your money away on ordinary paint. Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-666-9943. Again, book online at azwds.com.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doc for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange would be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Free consultations at Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Did you hear about the new Arizona cashback program for home buyers? The first 1,000 visitors to buyerhunt.com can get a minimum of $10,000 cash back and as much as $25,000 cash back when buying any home in Arizona. There is no cost to participate in this home affordability cashback program. Find out what your exact cashback amount would be at BUYERHUNT.com. Check it out at buyerhunt.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T start for free at Red Mountain, and they will waive their startup fee. Gain muscle, lose fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Waiving that fee is going to help you get started, and you're going to love the results. The best way to treat low testosterone is with real testosterone. This is not a booster. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results. Go to redmountainweightloss.com to make an appointment. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1864348, Amy Batten, NMLS 1897666.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:29. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The answers may not come quickly. So says former Mesa Police Detective Matt Browning as the search for Nancy Guthrie continues. Browning tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, police need to chase down every lead, including a man who was detained for questioning last night. But
what's more concerning to me is why was the media even there?
Ooh.
You know, why are they being allowed up to interview people that are inside the house?
Great point.
You know, those are the concerning things that I have.
Browning also says the crime scene could have been managed better following Guthrie's disappearance.
He should know that the Constitution is on our side.
Senator Mark Kelly seemingly not surprised that a federal grand jury declined to bring charges against him and other Democrat lawmakers over a video they made last year. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live now in the news center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, that video in question included Senator Kelly and other Democrats directly telling U.S. troops they don't have to follow illegal orders. Then the U.S. Department of Justice attempting to bring charges against Kelly and others, but a jury saying no to that yesterday. Senator Kelly does not expect his battle with the Trump administration to end here.
Donald Trump has a pretty limited capacity to move on from things, and he doesn't take bad news well, and he's got quite the ego that I think it makes it difficult for him to move on.
And Senator Kelly says the attempt to bring criminal charges is an attack on his free speech, describing it as authoritarian. Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego says he's serious about leading a nationwide strike should President Trump attempt to interfere with this year's midterm elections.
And what does that look like? It could be, trying to force the stopping of the counting of votes if things aren't going his way. He could send National Guard to seize the ballots instead of being processed. That's when we have to go to extreme measures.
The senator exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos he hopes it's a far-fetched scenario, but says after January 6th and the raid on the Fulton County, Georgia Elections Office, it can't be discounted. See the full interview at the KTAR YouTube channel.
Eyes on education.
Arizona may be facing a teacher shortage, but Arizona State University is trying to help. Amy McGrath, ASU Vice President of Outreach, says the school first reached out to the Arizona Department of Education after a press release about a major teacher shortage, and she explained that ASU offered to help. Just months later, a new partnership is in motion. This partnership gets data on which schools need assistance from the department, providing ASU with the opportunity to jump in on tutoring for students, coaching for teachers, and virtual development courses. You can read more education solution stories by going to ktar.com/education. Let's check traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Looking at our surface streets, Glendale with a crash on 59th Avenue and Missouri Avenue, and Glendale again with a crash on 51st Avenue and Bell Road. Regarding your highways, they're pretty clear right now, so nothing should be stopping your way. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight and tomorrow and right on into Friday, we're going to see cloudy skies continue. Overnight about 61, then tomorrow's high 79 before we back off to around 70 on Friday with a 40% chance of some showers. Right now in Scottsdale, it's 77. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
I'm LaDonna Harvey, getting ready for spring training in the Valley, but visitors are spending way more money to get the fam here for a good time. Are we pricing them out? Tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on KTAR and watch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
What are you smiling at already?
I got to call the Diamondbacks and see if I could take grounders this year.
Okay.
Maybe some batting practice.
All right.
I got to call Derek Cole.
Okay, you get on that.
You want to do the interview with Heidi while I do this, or
yeah,
do you
but
need
you
me
get
for the...
you get on the
you want me to wait for a
Derek
commercial
Cole.
break?
No, obviously we know last night. I think a lot of people thought, "Hey, are we coming to some sort of conclusion?"
We were hoping
in the Nancy Guthrie case, as there was police activity, there was a person detained, there'd been some sort of a vehicle stop. They were looking at a house just south of town, and then we find out, yeah, none of that appears to be connected to the Guthrie case, and we kind of go back to square zero or wherever we happen to be at. Joining us right now live in Tucson is KTAR news reporter Heidi Hummel, who's been down there following this story. And Heidi, what's the latest you can give us?
Guys, kind of new developments right this hour. Federal agents, FBI agents just came right through this brush where all the media are. They actually went, I'm a couple houses down from Nancy's house because there's a ton of media here. So they went to the people right across from Nancy's house, the media posted up there, and asked them to move so they could comb this desert brush. And it's very thick brush, lots of mesquite trees, lots of cacti. So they just did this whole side of the street across from Nancy's house, and then they just did the second side of on the other side of the street, the side that Nancy's house is on. There was about 3 agents there in FBI shirts looking for clues, I believe, because the New York Post posted an article that there was a black glove found by one of these federal agents earlier today. Now, they've been combing this whole neighborhood since the morning and are just now looking in the area closer to Nancy's house. So who knows? Maybe there's DNA on this black. It looks like the exact same black glove the man is wearing in the surveillance photos that were released yesterday from the front door. So who knows? Maybe more clues could come from the searching of the terrain today.
Why'd they wait 11 days to comb the desert behind the house?
It's the FBI, Gato. So it's not the Pima County Sheriff's Office. Was this the job of the Pima County Sheriff's Office last week?
Did they do that? Do you know if they combed the desert, or has the desert just been sitting there?
I was here from Tuesday to Thursday last week, and I never saw anyone combing the desert.
Interesting.
The Post said that the glove was found 1.5 miles away from the home. So
but not
very,
in the desert.
very close.
But not in the desert.
No, the pictures look like it's in the desert, but
okay.
So as you see right behind me, there's a house right here, right behind me.
Right.
They're just far back. Their front yards are desert, you know, and it's all spread out and it's all natural desert plants.
That's Catalina
here.
Foothills.
I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they're combing the desert again, because if this is the first time they're combing the desert, they don't know what the hell they're doing. I can't imagine that this is the first time, but again, I don't know. This can't be the first time they're doing it, but you've been there for a week and they haven't done it, so I really don't know what to say.
Yeah, this is the first I've seen it. And I was also told that a little bit earlier today, there was private security that drove up in an SUV to Annie Guthrie's house, where I was earlier this morning. They went in with gloves, came out with a paper bag, and checked the mailbox and left. They were there for maybe about 20 minutes. So look, there's so many people working on this case, from the Pima County Sheriff's Office, the FBI, private investigators, local jurisdictions. You know, there so many people on this case, and hopefully some clues will come of today's search of the surrounding terrain.
Heidi, we'll hear from you if anything happens. You let us know. We'll come back to you immediately. All right.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. That's Heidi Hummel, KTAR reporter, live in Tucson outside of the Guthrie home. But she's been all over town trying to track down and chase some of these stories. Again, a glove found. We saw in the video yesterday, Gatos, that the we believe to be abductor, the person in the video, was wearing. Can I tell you, I heard somebody say this and I agree. It looked like they were wearing 2 sets of gloves.
How do you know?
because their fingers and hands looked really puffy. Like, remember how you said it almost looked like a boxing glove?
Yeah.
And if you go back and look at it, it'd almost be like you're wearing one set of gloves and then you pulled like rubber gloves over top of it. Does that make sense when I say that?
It does make sense.
Because they didn't look like normal fingers in a glove. And it could have been because it was a glove on top of a glove.
I want to know where the glove was found.
So they did say they were searching
the New York Post
roadsides in the area.
Okay, because my question is this. Did you find it on the side of the road, or did you find it, let's say, in the desert?
Right
behind
the house.
I'm just going to say this. You better not have found it in the desert today.
Like right behind the house.
You better not have found it in. I'm going to hope that that's not the case.
Yeah.
When I'm reading the New York Post here, it says investigators found a black glove from a roadside near her house. I don't know. I'm sure, and you know the area better than I do, but, you know, if they found it in the desert behind their house, they haven't been doing their job for 11 or 12 days. I mean, that's what you find in the first day. I mean, they were, even over the weekend, they were searching different parts of her house for, again. And
sure. They were up on the roof, for example.
Listen, this could be a major clue or it could be nothing. Somebody dropped a work glove and it's a black glove or something.
Who knows, right, at that point.
But
and,
I was going to say,
10 days later.
You better not have found it in her backyard, man.
Yeah. And again, I want to, and I know Heidi touched on it a little bit, and only because I am reasonably familiar with this area.
Right.
I grew up in Tucson. I know the Catalina foothills area pretty well. That I'm going to say most of these houses are on half-acre to acre lots.
Right.
The houses are set back from the road.
Purposely, and it's dark.
And it's not landscaped as much as it's left like the natural desert with a house in the middle and a little bit of a driveway.
That's the point of living there. That's what you want.
Exactly. They're living there because they want to feel like they're living in the desert.
Yeah.
Not in, people there don't have manicured lawns, for example. It's just not that style of neighborhood.
All right, so
it's been around for a long time.
We're seeing the black glove was found 1.5 miles from the home.
Well, yeah. Interesting. Well, again, we're paying attention. Heidi's down there, going to stay on top of it. Again, I really thought we were going to get some resolution last night when they had a person in custody. Oh, you immediately thought no.
Well, I was hoping yes, but it's incredible. Like, the media went and interviewed the homeowner. They had this guy, Carlos. His mother-in-law, I guess, owns the house. And, even before we, really trying to figure out what's going on, the media interviewed her. And part of me is like, I don't think the police know what to do with the yellow tape, by the way. Right? For Nancy Guthrie's house, the yellow tape was up the first day, and they're like, you know what? Let's take it all down. And then Amazon is delivering packages and stepping all over the crime scene. A pizza was delivered there yesterday. No yellow tape. It's really incredible. But going back to what I said, the media started to interview this woman who owned the house that Carlos lived in. And, as soon as they started interviewing her, I was like, she's either the best liar ever.
Okay.
Or she doesn't know a single thing about what her son-in-law is doing.
She said.
Or it's clearly not her house and her son-in-law, because she said to the FBI, you have a warrant. That's wonderful. We don't need a warrant. You can go and look at whatever
the house.
You want.
There's nobody in here.
And as soon as she said that, I go, I don't think it's the right person.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, obviously.
Why did the media even get near?
Well, they were interviewing her while the FBI and local law enforcement were going through the house.
She's right at her doorstep, basically.
Right, doing a full-blown press conference.
The police there and the FBI, like, nothing. There's no boundaries. You can just walk wherever you want.
Apparently, you can do anything you want down in Tucson. There's been some changes. Yeah. We have a quick check of the headlines on the way. We've got Becky Lynn going to get you up to speed on everything. And a reminder, you can join us April 11th for Pat's Run, presented by TEK Systems. Celebrate his legacy in every stride. We're going to honor Pat Tillman's life as a Sun Devil, a Cardinal, and an Army Ranger. Sign up at patsrun.org. All Americans have free speech, except if you're an Olympic athlete, apparently. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Join KTAR April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
We'll admit, we've already thrown in the towel on the New Year's resolution.
Yeah, and we made it through dry January. But one healthy new habit we're sticking with is Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to help protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Yup, more energy and the peace of mind knowing we can enjoy the good things in life while giving our liver the love it needs.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. We thought there was a major break in the search for Nancy Guthrie last night after a person was detained for questioning in her disappearance. Retired Mesa PD Detective Matt Browning tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos solving this case could take some time.
We're playing the long game here, you know? It's not like overnight we're going to get answers and everything's going to fall into place. It's one tip after another, videos get released. Now you have to find the guy in the video. They go off a tip that they're getting about this guy.
Browning admits crime scene management could be better in this case. He's also concerned that the media was speaking with people at a home that was being searched by authorities last night. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on traffic for us now, here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a debris fire spotted on Priest Drive near the Loop 22 Red Mountain Freeway. Gilbert with a crash involving a motorcyclist on Pecos Road and Los Gatos Lane. And then Mesa disabled vehicle on Baseline Road and Kyrene Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Attention West Valley, big news. Dolphin Pools just opened our brand new surprise location to bring your dream backyard to life. And right now is the perfect time to start since we're holding 2025 pricing through this month only. No price hikes, just the pool you've been imagining at last year's rates. Plus, to celebrate our grand opening, you get your choice of a free 200 square feet of travertine or free 200 square feet of turf with any travertine deck package. This is a limited time, limited availability special. Visit dolphinpools.us today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We have a reporter at the Guthrie homes in Tucson. We'll get an update on the latest on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow, starting at 8:15. You can watch on KTAR's YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
All right, let's check out the Gatos BQ poll question of the day.
Ready.
Brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Are you watching the Olympics, yes or no?
That's it?
That's it, man.
Again, you really put a lot of time into
You know what? I want to, let me take care of the question.
Okay.
Do you want to do it tomorrow? What do you think? Are people watching?
No 71.
No 62.
Got my finger on the pulse of America.
You're not even close. You're way off.
What are you talking about?
Anyway.
It was within 10 points. Solid.
Listen, we've talked about the Olympics before.
Yeah.
For me, I need a story. I can't watch a person ski and think that that's entertaining. I know it takes a certain skill. I understand it. But,
it's athletic.
Some no-name that's going down a hill, I really don't care.
Right. You want the soap opera.
But if it's
I need the drama.
But if it's Lindsey Vonn.
Oh, my God, with the knee and all this.
Well, and I think that she was interesting. Why? Because she's Lindsey Vonn. She's famous. She's been
hot.
doing this for a while.
That's why.
Pretty girl,
Gotta
smart
be hot.
girl.
Yeah. We don't celebrate ugly athletes.
All right. But here's the thing. How awful are you? When she fell, I wasn't watching it at the time, but it made me care about her and the Olympics because there was a story behind it. She was going to, put her body on the line for her country and for gold. And as you said, and I think you're right, money, no doubt about it. That's a story.
Right.
I can't just watch Steve Miller,
Some guy.
Figure skate. I don't know who that is, so I'm not watching that.
So you are just describing what our friends at ESPN figured out about 15 years ago, which is why when I found Sports Center unwatchable because I actually just wanted to know the score. I didn't care about the grandmother of the backup catcher and what she was dealing with. I'm like, no, I don't need that story. I'm just actually interested in what happened in the game.
I just came up with the greatest idea I've ever come up with in my life.
I'm glad I'm sitting down.
Are you guys sitting down?
Are we all sitting down?
Are you guys sitting down?
I'm
all right.
looking,
Here's how you get interested in the Olympic Games.
Okay,
Are you
reason
ready?
to get interested.
Are you ready?
Ready.
This will bring people in.
Okay.
Fantasy Olympics.
I got to believe it's a thing already, isn't it?
Fantasy football.
Fantasy football, but Olympics.
Millions of people playing.
We're drafting skiers.
We're going to draft skaters. And we're going to get points.
I gotta draft a skier.
Because I
can't.
I can't watch anything. I even watch the Super Bowl, and I'm like, this is boring. There's no points for me to be scored.
I found out that I don't like football. I like fantasy football.
If you don't know about fantasy football, it's like who's the Cardinals quarterback these days?
This week?
Well, I forgot his name already.
Are we talking about
Brissett? Yeah,
Jacoby Brissett.
So if Jacoby Brissett, let's say that on my fantasy team I have Michael Wilson, who is awesome,
future Hall of Famer,
right? Not Marvin Harrison. If who's it again? Brissett? If Brissett takes the ball, takes the snap, and throws a pass to Michael Wilson 10 yards down the field, I get 1 point for the catch.
Get a point.
And I get 1 point for every 10 yards.
Yeah.
So now I've got 2 points. Now I'm interested.
And you're battling against somebody else who has different players.
Right. And so if I'm watching figure skating, and I watched one of the figure skaters do the triple Lundy, is that what they called it?
The triple Lundy.
The triple Lutz?
The triple Lundy.
Okay. The triple Lundy was Rodney Dangerfield in Back to School.
Back to School. That was awesome. That was swimming, though. Like if you do the triple Lundy or the triple Lutz or something, you get 3 points. Right? If you fall, you lose 1 point. Fantasy Olympics. That's how I'd watch.
I think you're onto something.
And you have to gamble money on it.
Okay, can I I had a hot take the other day that upset our resident Olympic nut.
The first lady of Outspoken, Miss Julia.
Miss Jules, yeah. About the fact that you can't win the silver and you can't win the bronze. You can only win a gold medal.
You can lose the silver.
You can lose a gold. You can lose the silver. You can lose it, but you cannot win third place.
You still earn them. You earn them. I can use the word earn if you don't like the word win.
Okay. And the New England Patriots earned second in the NFL this year.
Fair.
Do you think they like the silver?
I watched. We had our second U.S. women win a bronze medal, like any medal, a bronze medal in the single luge. She was crying standing on the podium.
That's like it's when you get on like a sled and you go down the little
luge.
hill. Yeah.
She was the second U.S. woman ever to win a medal in that event. That's huge for the United States.
By the
We're
way,
behind.
That's a sport. You ready for my hot take? Ice skating is not a sport.
Oh, you jerk.
Gymnastics is not a sport.
I'm not having this argument with you on the air.
Okay, here's why.
Can I give you one more?
Here's why.
Race car driving is not a sport.
No, it is. Unless you can... When you go to a judge or a panel of judges to determine who the winner is, it's an exhibition. It's not about who jumped farther. It's not about who threw it farther. It's not about who scored more points.
It's not athletic or anything.
I didn't say it wasn't athletic. It's not a sport.
Sitting in a car is not athletic.
Yeah, this comes from the guy that thinks softball is a sport.
I saw an F1
That's for people that are too fat to play baseball. Okay?
I saw an F1 race where the guy who won actually lost because the marshals came back, who are the judges of racing.
Exactly. I said, not a sport. Not a sport at that point. Boxing is a sport right up until it goes to the judges. You should keep fighting till one guy knocks the other one down. That's a sport.
I don't think this is a hot take.
Yeah. Skating? No. That person skated prettier than the other one. We're going to give them the thing.
Pretty skating is nice.
Yeah. But it's
wonderful
subjective.
to watch.
Completely subjective. It's an exhibition. It's not a sport. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got that.
So wait,
for
you're
us.
not watching the Olympics?
No, I haven't watched one iota of it. Couldn't care less.
You're so awful.
Couldn't care less. We spoke to Senator Gallego earlier today, and he said if Trump tries to interfere with the elections, he says he wants to shut the whole country down. Not the government, the country. What does he mean by that? It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about Aria Dental Implant Center. It's a big decision for you. You got broken teeth. You've got missing teeth. You don't know where to go. You don't know what to do. You're thinking maybe this is just the rest of my life. Not eating certain foods. This doesn't have to be the rest of your life. So I'm going to send you to Dr. Joe. Decades of experience. He'll sit down with you, free consultation, mention Gatos, and he's going to help you. And when you leave, you're going to have a really good feeling about what's about to change your life. And so Dr. Joe has done this thousands and thousands and thousands of times. He's the one you want in your corner. Go and experience the Aria difference. You'll be glad that you did. By the way, let's talk money because this is always hugely important. You're going to regain the quality of life that you deserve while saving thousands of dollars. You can go somewhere else and get the exact same deal, exact same surgery, I guess I should say, but it'll cost you $21,000 more. So $21K less at Aria? Ask them why. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Hey, Eric, you know Valentine's Day is this month, right?
Yes, babe, I know, which means I'm probably in trouble.
No, I was actually thinking about our customers.
You're always thinking about our customers.
Let's show our customers some love.
Exactly. This month, Precision is offering 50% off new AC units. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC or go to PrecisionAirandPlumbing.com.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels, right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's LaDonna, and if you've ever had to try to coordinate selling a house and buying a house and moving out of a house and moving into a house, then you know it's a nightmare. It can be an absolute nightmare. Well, imagine if you found your dream home and you moved in right away and you didn't have to wait. You didn't have to sell your old place first. You can do that with Orchard. Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Let's say it needs some work. Well, maybe you need to get some cash so you can get that work done. The Orchard experts have this in hand. They're going to handle the repairs on your old home, so you're attracting the right buyers. You're getting the right people in. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to list and sell your home for top dollar. And this just gives you breathing room, man. Find out what your home is worth. Go to orchard.com. Get a free home valuation. Orchard.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. New this hour, investigators look for clues closer to the crime scene as the search for Nancy Guthrie continues in the Catalina Foothills community in North Tucson. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is there and joins us live to bring us the very latest on the investigation.
Federal agents were just seen canvassing the thick desert brush right next to Nancy Guthrie's home and across the street where the media has been staked out for a week and a half. Law enforcement still have no suspects after a man was detained in Rio Rico last night but was questioned by the FBI and then released. The mountain of yellow roses continues to grow outside Nancy's home as neighbors pray for her safe return. Reporting live in Tucson, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
The Pima County Sheriff's Department says it has gotten about 18,000 calls since February 1st. That's the day Guthrie disappeared. More than 4,000 of those calls came in just over the last 24 hours after that video from the Nest doorbell was made public.
A KTAR News exclusive.
He's ready to stand up for democracy, so says Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego, who exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos he's ready to lead a nationwide strike should the Trump administration interfere with this year's midterm elections.
Let's hope it's far-fetched, but let's also look at the facts of what we've seen. We saw January 6th happen in front of our eyes. We saw all the lead up to January 6th. We just saw the president go take ballots out of a voting center in Georgia.
The senator says such interference would include a stopping of vote counts or seizing of ballots. Now, you can see that entire interview by going to KTAR's YouTube channel.
This is outrageous.
Senator Mark Kelly speaking today after a grand jury refused to indict him and other Democrat lawmakers over a video he and 5 other Democrats made last year urging troops to not follow illegal orders. He describes the attempt to bring criminal charges against him by the U.S. Justice Department as authoritarian.
It is threatening the very foundation of our system, that we have a right to free speech, to lawfully speak out and protest our government without fear of retaliation.
We're also awaiting a decision in the senator's lawsuit against Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth regarding a censure against Kelly for that same video. The head of Instagram took the stand in a California courtroom today, defending his company in a case that accuses social media companies of creating addictive behaviors in children.
Instagram CEO Adam Mosseri says problematic use of his platform does happen, but that's different from clinical addiction. He also testified the company sometimes tests for safety when they roll out new products, but not always. Lawyers for the prosecution allege email traffic between executives at Instagram shows they prioritized profit over risks, which Mosseri denies. The lawsuit is being brought by a 20-year-old woman who claims she became addicted to Instagram at age 9, resulting in depression, body dysmorphia, and self-harm. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
This case is being treated as a bellwether for about 1,500 similar cases, intended to give those future juries a better idea of how to handle their cases. Let's take a look at the ride this afternoon now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp on the US 60 Superstation Freeway westbound near Power Road. Tempe with a bush fire on the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound near Sky Harbor Airport. Tempe with a crash on Guadalupe Road and McClintock Drive. This report is brought to you by AMWA, from 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Cloudy skies continue. Tonight's low 61. Tomorrow, a high of 79. But by Friday, 70 should be our high. And we have a 40% chance of showers in the forecast. It's 78 currently in Apache Junction. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed, #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 3.
That's just like math involved. A lot of people say hour number 3 is the best of the hours.
It used to be hour number 1.
Yeah.
Now it's hour number 3.
Oh,
you
this
do the
used
math,
to be hour number 1.
Right? This used to be hour number 1. Now it's hour number 3.
You're confusing me more than...
it just makes everybody aware that we've already been on for 2 hours. I know you wait all day for 4 o'clock, but now you got to wait all day for 2.
All right.
So we're on 2 to 6, 2 to 6, 2 to 6. And make sure you check us out because we're awesome.
We're assuming you guys were real busy at 2, and you missed Senator Ruben Gallego, who joined us a few hours ago. And the reason we had him on is we wanted to talk to him about some comments he recently made regarding elections and, shutting down the country.
Not the government.
Not the government.
Yeah. We're also going to talk about this on the face-off.
Oh, coming up at 5.
In an hour.
Yeah.
Senator Ruben Gallego, really interesting comment. Like, when you start talking about shutting things down,
that's crazy.
Like, what do you start thinking of? I start thinking of COVID, and I start getting the dry heaves.
Yeah. Oh.
Right?
There is that.
Or, shutting things. What do you mean shutting things down? All right. So I want you to listen to this. So we asked Gallego about this because he said it just a couple days ago. We want to make sure that it was the real deal. Yeah. Listen to the examples that he's about to give, and it deals with Trump, and it deals with messing with the election coming up. What if Trump does mess with the election?
Ooh.
What is Gallego going to do? Here are some examples. Take a listen.
If he goes and uses law enforcement to stop the vote, to go and obtain the ballot boxes, refuses to observe the election. If he nationalizes the vote, that's something that's done through Congress and through the Senate. That's the will of the people. I may object to it depending on what it is.
But if he messes with the vote,
we have to consider the fact that this man is doing a lot of things that point to the fact that he may try to mess with the vote. And what does that look like? It could be, trying to force the stopping of the counting of votes if things aren't going his way. He could send National Guard to seize the ballots instead of being processed. That's when we have to go to extreme measures. Them passing, different types of voter ID laws is not the response that you have to do an extreme measure like that.
Because like Steve Bannon said, you know what? We're putting ICE in front of all the places where people
polling centers
are gonna vote. Would that go under the umbrella of, you know what, we might shut everything down?
No, I mean, it has to be more, to go to such an extreme, right? Because what you're saying, like what I'm saying is that we have to do like a nationwide boycott, right? You have to meet the moment. And the moment has to be something where people all agree, like this crosses the line. I don't think you should have ICE in front of, polling places. I think it's going to really intimidate a lot of citizens, including Latinos. That we have a big population of in Arizona. But does that rise to the moment of a national strike? No. What happens when ICE agents break into, the Maricopa County ballot center and take ballots. That's when you got it. You see, you have to really meet the moment. And sometimes it's not going to hit it, but when we see it, that's when we should act.
Senator Gallego, again, appreciate the time. I want to understand this a little bit better. So, and I think we're on the same page. If federal agents attempt to interfere in state elections, in Arizona elections that are governed by the state of Arizona, by our Constitution and by law, what does a national strike look like to you? And by the way, give me a percentage. How reasonable or how far-fetched do you think this is?
Let's put it this way. I hope it's far-fetched.
Okay.
Right? Let's hope it's far-fetched. But let's also look at the facts of what we've seen. We saw January 6th happen in front of our eyes. We saw all the lead up to January 6th. We just saw the president go take ballots out of a voting center in Georgia. So I don't want to put any percentage on it. I just know that it can happen, so we might as well prepare for it.
Yeah.
If we get to that point, what it is I'm just asking every citizen to react in a peaceful way, but to make sure that we bring the economy and slow it down to the point where the president and his supporters are going to have to decide, what is important to this country, the economy and democracy. You just destroyed democracy by seizing these ballot boxes, and now you're going to see what happens to an economy when people don't have any stability, who don't believe in government anymore. And so what that looks like is if you want to participate in this, and this is no one's going to be forced to do this, obviously, but stay home, don't shop, don't go to work unless you're a first responder or you take care, obviously, of your hospital system and things of that nature. But we have to make sure that we are fully making everyone understand that stealing our democracy, destroying our democracy through these, overt government heavy-handed ways is not going to fly, and you will have, the American public that will, rise peacefully against you.
Senator Gallego, the right is going to crush you on this. They're going to say that you ruined the economy, you slowed down the economy, you put a halt to, the economy. I mean, were you ready for that? Because that's the way that they're going to see this.
Well, again, I think we have to have an understanding of what we're talking about. Do I want to be in the situation? No. But are we also willing to give up 250 years of our democracy without us putting up a fight, without us having an argument? Are we willing to accept federal agents breaking into voting centers, stealing ballot boxes like you've seen in, Central America and all these dictatorial countries? Are we willing just to let that all go without us actually having a national push back on this? I think that there's a lot of Americans that understand that there are a lot of things that are at stake. Some of the things that are at stake, more so than money, is the fact that we're not going to be able to hand our democracy off to our kids. The one inheritance we've been able to give to every generation of Americans for 250 years is about to potentially, go by the wayside. And, we have to make the decision. Are we willing to take a hit on our stock portfolio versus generationally being known as the last American generation that let democracy die? I, for one, do not want to be remembered as a generation that let democracy die.
All right, that was a piece of our interview with Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego. Let's talk about this because, man, I mean, to me, he is warning the president, if you want to stick your nose into the business of the elections.
Local state elections.
Right. He's preparing for that, and he's preparing for the worst. I hope it doesn't come to this.
Obviously.
I don't think I can sit here and say, yeah, Trump doesn't want to do anything to the elections. He'll be fine. No, he still thinks he won in 2020.
He's trying to prove that he won in 2020 despite all evidence to the contrary.
Correct. And so does it worry me? Yes. But you are talking about asking the American people to tank the economy.
Stay home, go on strike. We've seen this in other countries, but we see them in what I would call these third world countries, for goodness sakes.
I mean, when we've discussed something like this, it reminds me a little bit of, remember when Trump was president and people were hoping the economy would go down the tube so he would get booted out of office.
Cheering for America to fail.
And I think it's un-American. I don't like it. I don't want to hear that. Listen, if Donald Trump is wildly successful in his next 3 years and the economy is fantastic, I think that'd be terrific. I'm not a fan. But I wasn't a fan of Biden either. But I certainly don't want to see presidents fail, and fall on their face like this president has done in the first year. I mean, the ICE stuff is out of hand. It's out of control. We've seen the Constitution get stomped on repeatedly.
Constantly.
And
continuing to happen.
Like I've never seen before.
Yeah.
So is Ruben Gallego looking and saying, you know what? We've got to prepare for the worst? Yes. But am I willing to just, I'll just say this. I don't want to sit here with you forever and do the show. I know you don't want to sit with me forever and do the show. I'd like my 401k to be, a 901k. I don't want to go to a 201k, but then you have to ask yourself,
what's more important? Are you part of something bigger?
Right.
Is the American experiment is the oldest surviving democracy on the planet worth fighting for?
It's always worth fighting for, but are you going to give up whatever you've made in the stock market for the last 30 years if you've been in it? I don't know the answer because we're not there yet.
Yeah.
And I think the only way that you can answer the question that Ruben Gallego has posed is if we get there. And I certainly hope we don't get there.
Yeah, the old cross that bridge when you get to it type thing, right?
But, we've had Governor Hobbs in here, and I've asked her very specifically. She joins us every 2 weeks, very specifically. Are you preparing for ICE in Arizona? And what are you doing to prepare? Are you getting some executive orders together? And
what can you do, right?
Right, and maybe she can't do anything. But I don't hear that she's preparing other than know your rights. Well, Ruben Gallego is preparing for Donald Trump to take over the elections.
The worst case scenario.
It's the worst case scenario.
The dictatorship thing, yeah.
If he takes over the elections, this country, I don't know what will happen to it.
He just doesn't want certain states to vote.
And I'm sure there are people out there, right, but I'm sure there are people out there that say, you guys are idiots. He's not going to take over the elections.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right.
I got to tell you, man, I hope he doesn't. But from what I've seen so far over the last year.
Who has stopped him, and when has he ever done the right thing? He only does what's in his best interest, full stop, period.
Like when he starts telling me that I can't bring a gun to a protest, that tells me you don't like the Second Amendment.
Well, and by the way, you better not yell at ICE.
When you tell me I can't go out and protest and record people, you don't like the First Amendment.
No. When you say I can kick in front doors and go and search and see if there's anybody around here,
warrant.
You don't like the Fourth Amendment. Yeah. Oh no, it's anti-constitutional.
Right.
Without a doubt. That's not even a question. Which is why all of these cases are getting thrown out in court, because judges are looking at it going, This is very clear. This is not even a question.
It was a scary conversation with Gallego. There's no question about it.
Different, to say the least.
All right. Remember, we're going to talk about some of that stuff in the face-off at 5. Our panel is starting to come in. We're gearing up. Coming up next. So, Bruce.
Yes, sir.
Should a nice facility be built right next door to a Valley High School? We'll discuss it next.
Hey, I want to talk to you real quick about my friends at Trajan Wealth and what it means to be a part of a Trajan Wealth family, what it means to be a client. I have been working with Jeff Jr. and the team there for coming up on 15 years. They've been through a lot with me, by the way, including some life events. They happen, right? And a lot of them require some honest financial advice. Somebody that can talk to you straight. Somebody that's not trying to sell you something. Somebody that's there to use their experience to give you information so you can make the best decisions for you, for your retirement, for your savings. And that's what they continue to do for me, even today, as I spent time talking with them as we settle my mother's estate. Listen, you can have somebody on your side like that. You can find people who reach out that care about you, who understand that things change, and maybe you need to change some of your strategies. You need to change some of your expectations, either up or down. Talk to Trajan Wealth. There's no obligation. It's 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Paradise Valley Unified School District Superintendent Todd Cummings was fired after a unanimous vote from the governing board last night. District Counsel Susan Segal explains that he failed to report he was placed on administrative leave at his last job on his new job application.
Dr. Cummings started here. In the 3 months that he was here, he initiated practice and pattern of incompetence, of disrespect, disregard, rudeness.
Cummings has been on administrative leave in Paradise Valley since September. You can read more Education Solutions stories at KTAR.com/education. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news now, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic with Enrique Garcia, Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
On the left, on the on-ramp, Loop 202, Santiago Freeway, westbound at Kyrene Road. Mesa disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp, US 60, Superstition Freeway, westbound near Power Road. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealer. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles, don't miss out. Visit AutoNation Chevrolet in Gilbert today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, I want to give a quick shout out to everyone listening in Fountain Hills, the Fountain Hillians. Thank you guys so much. Fountain on? Squirting water? We're good? Fountain Hills. This is your shout out. Hey, and don't forget, our partners at Arizona Talks invite you to celebrate Arizona statehood coming up on the 14th. And the American Experiment, an evening of civic dialogue and reflection. It's happening tomorrow, 5:30 at the Western Spirit Museum, right there in Scottsdale. Learn more and register. Just go to the contest page over at KTAR.com. How would you feel if you're thinking about your neighborhood, you have one of those like zoning meetings, right? Hey, we're thinking of putting a park in over here. Oh, parks are nice. We'd like that. And yeah, and right next to it, we're going to put in an ICE facility, a detention facility, because that's what's happening in Surprise out in the West Valley, where a over 400,000 square foot warehouse that's vacant was purchased by ICE, and they say they're in the process of converting it into some sort of a detainment facility.
Yeah, if you're in Surprise and you're around this, you don't like it.
No.
You'd be the biggest Trump supporter in the world, and you're not going to like it.
You don't want that in your backyard.
No,
or next door.
I think that's the deal. What does that facility bring to your neighborhood? I can tell you right now, your home price will go down. If you try and sell it, let's just say let's say this. I can't wait to move to Surprise, Bruce.
Surprise. It's beautiful this time of year.
I love for Surprise. And so, I've got this little area that I like. And I'm like,
okay,
oh, yeah, I love this house. Wait, there's an ICE facility down the street? Yeah, I don't think so. No one's going to buy your house.
It's not a normal thing you'd want to live next to. That's fair, right?
Yeah, it's very fair. And that needs to be discussed. I think after seeing what you saw in Minneapolis, you want this coming to your neighborhood? I don't.
There's another concern, if you will, and the concern is that this new warehouse is going to be right down the street. It's less than a mile when you look on the map from Dysart High School. Mm-hmm. Think about kids coming and going to school, walking on the sidewalks, being driven to school. Is ICE going to be doing enforcement of high school kids next door to the ICE facility?
I mean, I think if you live in Surprise and you're anywhere near this detention facility and you're Hispanic, you're going to leave. Like if they actually do build this thing.
Well, right now it seems like they're moving forward with it.
Well, I want to be really clear. In normal times, I would never have said that. Mm-hmm. Okay, I mean, maybe in normal times they would have built an ICE facility somewhere. Okay, maybe, but in normal times, those are gone. What we've seen in Minneapolis is that we've got rogue so-called agents who aren't law enforcement. They've got a title that says law enforcement. You all know it's not real law enforcement. They're not trained. They don't know how to hold a gun unless they're 2 inches away, and then they put 10 bullets in a guy's back. Do you want that in your neighborhood? I don't. This isn't the old ICE that we're talking about, who did a terrific job under many different presidents, like Trump in the first presidency he had. They were fine.
Okay, we've
Obama, they were fine.
Millions of people.
Right.
Without shooting Americans in the street.
Of course.
Amazing.
Now you've got these angry people who decided to get a big bonus, and they get extra bonuses for whoever they arrest. I don't want that in my town. Especially if I'm Hispanic. I don't want any part of that. Like if you have an ICE facility and the agents that we're talking about that were in Minneapolis, if they're the ones coming in and out of Surprise, I don't want to be driving down the street if I'm Hispanic.
You want that in your backyard. And somebody pointed out also that the Dysart High School is predominantly Latino students.
No, it's not going to be good.
Sounds like a recipe for disaster.
It is a total disaster.
Yeah, and I agree. I wouldn't want to live next door to that either.
I just think that's the basic thing. No one wants to live next door to that. But this isn't the ICE of even 2 years ago.
No.
Or 10 years ago.
No.
Respected. They did their job. They should go.
They did it professionally.
Arrest illegal immigrants and deport them. They should do that.
The bad guys, the bad hombres.
The bad guys are the ones now with the badge.
Yeah.
Not law enforcement, not Phoenix police, not Mesa police, not Surprise police. No. They're all good. We need them. This new type of ICE agent,
bunch of Proud Boys in January 6th.
I get them mixed up with Hamas sometimes.
Yeah, that's the Al-Qaeda people. All right. Don't forget, coming up at the top of the hour, 5 o'clock, we've got the Face-Off. We're going to bring together our panel of experts and talk about some of the big stories of the day. Hey, one of those stories, Gatos, is still what's going on down in Tucson with the Guthrie investigation and abduction. We had a chance to speak to retired Mesa PD Detective Matt Browning on kind of what he saw yesterday when we thought we might have a guy. We'll share that with you. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
New developments out of Tucson in the Guthrie case.
Our sources are now telling us that the man seen in the video, that when they started to focus on that was after they had already been looking at this guy who went by the name of Carlos about an hour south of Tucson, that they were already on the trail of this guy Carlos in the Tucson area because of his location data, of the cell phone pings, of his vehicle being in the area.
Stay with KTAR News for more on this breaking news story on YouTube, the KTAR News app, KTAR.com, and 92.3.
You know what? I just checked. Gold closed at over $5,000 an ounce. That is crazy, especially when you think about how far it's come in such a short period of time. So let's say you're sitting on some old gold jewelry, maybe a gold watch. You don't wear it. You're never going to wear it. How'd you like to turn that into cash? Okay, so now what? Who can you trust to do this? Well, let me introduce you to my friend Oliver Smith. Oliver Smith Jeweler. That's right, there's an Oliver. His name's on the front door, and he's inside it, for goodness sakes. And for over 45 years, 45 years here in the Valley, this family-owned but nationally recognized jeweler has been buying gold. Here's how it works. No matter how much or how little you have, you come in, you sit down with one of their trained appraisers. They will evaluate, give you a number. You can either take that in a check right then and there, or you can use it as a credit and get something in the store, a jewelry or maybe a watch that you would actually wear, something you like. Listen, you can trust Oliver Smith, one of the original appraisers on Antiques Roadshow. That's right. Oh, believe me, when you bring up the old YouTube videos, he tends to blush a little bit, all right? They are easy to find. They've got 2 amazing locations. The big flagship store, it's at Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, right on the corner. They're inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and you can always find them online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's a new year in Phoenix, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Doris did. She called Rhino Shield.
My house is a stucco house. You know, I had my house painted probably about 6 years ago. You know, it was peeling. It didn't look good, and I didn't feel like I got my money's worth. But with Rhino Shield, I definitely think you do.
Rhino Shield's not paint. It's better.
My team was very neat and efficient, and then they came back after they were finished to check with me and make sure that everything was the way we wanted it.
You too can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
So I just think it's a wonderful product. If you're thinking about getting your house painted, Rhino Shield is the best product that you could possibly put on your own.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
No paint, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels, right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
Native American tribes have been here for generations. At Resolution, listening to local leaders has really guided our plans and how we think. We're protecting ancestral sites like Apache Leet and native species like the Emery oak trees. Tribal members are helping monitor that work. I believe we can coexist, and that this project will help communities like the one I grew up in thrive.
Responsible mining is essential to Arizona's communities and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. We thought there was a major break in the search for Nancy Guthrie last night after a person was detained for questioning in her disappearance. Retired Mesa PD detective Matt Browning tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos solving this case could take some time.
We're playing the long game here. You know, it's not like overnight we're going to get answers and everything's going to fall into place. It's one tip after another. Videos get released. Now you have to find the guy in the video. They go off a tip that they're getting about this guy.
Browning admits crime scene management could be better in this case. He's also concerned that the media was speaking with people at a home that was being searched by authorities last night.
This is outrageous.
We're hearing directly from Senator Mark Kelly after a grand jury refused to indict him and other Democrat lawmakers. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live in the news center to tell us more.
This happening after a U.S. Justice Department investigation into a video Senator Kelly and 5 other Democrats made last year urging troops to not follow illegal orders. It drew the ire of the Trump admin, but a Washington grand jury declining to bring charges against those Democrats yesterday. Now the senator says,
This is not a good news story. This is a story about how Donald Trump and his cronies are trying to break our system in order to silence anyone who lawfully speaks out against them.
Senator Kelly describes the attempt to bring criminal charges as authoritarian, adding he expects further retaliation from the admin, but says he knows the law is on his side. Live in the news center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
We're also awaiting a decision in the senator's lawsuit against Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, challenging Kelly's censure over the same video.
Eyes on Education.
Motion passes unanimously.
The Paradise Valley Unified School District has terminated the contract of its superintendent.
The governing board voted unanimously last night to fire Superintendent Todd Cummings over allegations of lying on his job application. District Counsel Susan Siegel said he did not report he had been placed on administrative leave at his last job in Indiana.
Your policies demand and your board exemplifies good conduct, standards in the district, standards in the community. How can you have those expectations when you have a leader that violates board policy, is unprofessional, and is incompetent?
Cummings has been on administrative leave in Paradise Valley since September. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more education solution stories at ktar.com/education. Traffic time now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Gilbert with a disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway, eastbound near Lindsay Road. Mesa, disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. US 60, Superstition Freeway, westbound near Power Road. A look into our surface streets, Tempe with a vehicle extraction on Guadalupe Road and McClintock Drive. This report is brought to you by AMCO Arizona. Make that tax refund count. AMCO helps you stay on the road without breaking the bank. Google AMCO to find a location near you today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, our cloudy skies will continue and right on into tomorrow and Friday as well. 61, the overnight low. Tomorrow, back up around 79 for a high, but by Friday, there's a 40% chance of showers, and we should cool to 70. It's 77 now in Phoenix. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home with Buyer Hunt. Get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
KTAR News continuing coverage of the Guthrie case on Outspoken.
We've been following this, obviously, now going on day 10 of Nancy Guthrie missing from her home, abducted in the middle of the night. Little bits and pieces of clues. I think last night, like many others, when a person was taken into custody and they were searching a house just south of Tucson in the Rio Rico area, that we thought maybe this is going to come to an end. One way or the other, that we're going to get some answers. And it turns out no. The people that the house they searched and the person they detained, they said, we're not part of this in any way.
Yeah. And so I kind of watched it on social media unfold.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which is a really weird thing to do. Like, you're waiting to find out if this 84-year-old woman is going to live because you're just rooting for the police and the FBI to.
Let's hope it's a positive. Yeah.
Right, but last night, what happened last night? Was that good? Like the FBI actually went after somebody, or as you said, and I'll put words in your mouth. I'll quote you. You called it maybe it was a swing and a miss.
Yeah.
Well, we asked Matt Browning, retired Mesa PD detective, was it a swing and a miss? Here's what he told us.
I think swing and a miss in a 9-inning game. I mean, it's all right. We're playing the long game here. You know, it's not like overnight we're going to get answers and everything's going to fall into place. It's one tip after another. Videos get released. Now you have to find the guy in the video. They go off a tip that they're getting about this guy. I mean, what would happen if they didn't follow that up?
Okay.
You just can't pick and choose, unfortunately. You just have to go with what you're getting.
I was kind of with Bruce a little bit. I didn't know if it was a good start for the FBI, even though we're on day 11, or if it was kind of a whoops.
I think everybody's getting frustrated that nothing has been resolved in their minds. But again, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Okay. There could be things planning, things going, just different things going everywhere. This is time consuming. We have to put our trust in law enforcement that they are answering the tips, whether they're good or bad.
Matt Browning joining us, retired Mesa PD detective, gang and extremist expert. So last night, a person of interest detained. Turned out that wasn't the person that took Nancy Guthrie. I was watching this in real time, Matt. It's incredible how we have technology and our cell phones and social media. And so, okay, they got a guy in custody, and I'm getting like, oh, come on, this has to be it, right? And then the media shows up at the house, and they interview, I think, his mother-in-law. Yeah. And one of the first things out of her mouth made me believe, yep, this isn't the guy. She said, she told the FBI, you don't need a warrant. You can just walk in. I don't even know what you're talking about. As soon as she said that, I was like, it's not the guy.
Yeah, it's not. There's nobody being hidden in that house. What's more concerning to me is why was the media even there?
Ooh.
You know, why are they being allowed up to interview people that are inside the house?
Great point.
You know, those are the concerning things that I have. And it's just they got a tip, they had to follow up on it. And they're doing the best they can.
We're talking to Matt Browning again, retired Mesa PD detective and a gang and extremist expert. It's interesting you say that, Matt, because I saw the gathered media interviewing this woman whose apparently its house was. And my first thought was, why aren't the police interviewing her? She's giving out information.
Right.
She's you know what I'm saying? I mean, if there was a crime involved, she's literally confessing to a variety of stuff here.
Yeah, you know what? I'll be the first one to critique law enforcement, and I think when it comes to crime scene management, possibly we could be doing a little bit better, not allowing people up to the houses or allowing people to order pizza to houses.
Oh.
But when it comes down to it, we have an 84-year-old woman who is a mother that is missing. And I think it's up to us as people in society to get behind law enforcement and help where we can. And that's why these tips are so important that they're getting, and that's why they need to be followed up. But we need to remember, like the tip that came in this morning, the Bitcoin one-on-one token, that's completely ridiculous. That's somebody getting on the bandwagon wanting money. And we should not be doing that. We should be helping find this mom.
What you just said there was someone who contacted TMZ
who's been contacted before.
I've got information, but I'm only going to do it if you send me one Bitcoin, which is worth $66,000.
Right.
What kind of absolute horror of a human being has information about the kidnapping, but won't say a word unless you give me 66 grand?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's the same type of person who took the victim to start with. You know, these are people who are not using their brains and who are inflicting damage on people for their own self-profit. I mean, first of all, there's an 800 number out there. If you have a tip, call it.
1-800-CALL-FBI. Yeah.
Yeah, if your information is used in the adjudication of this case, then you get the reward money, but not until it's adjudicated. And I guess this guy thought that he could bypass everything and get 66 grand before he even gave up info.
Matt Browning, retired Mesa PD detective, gang and extremist expert, joined us a little earlier. There's a little snippet. Some of the news today is that detectives recovered a black glove from the roadside about a mile and a half from Nancy Guthrie's home. If you watched the video yesterday, there was a guy who had a black glove on. So again,
they're searching.
I don't know.
He's term combing the desert around her home.
Like the chances of that black glove being his is...
I mean, it could be, right?
No, probably not.
Okay.
I mean, don't you think? There's a black... There's so much desert out there, and there's so much stuff that's dumped.
Yeah.
Hey, you see it? You got to check it out.
You got to chase down every lead, like you said. You got to chase them down.
But how do you do every lead when there are 8,000 leads?
Just came in the last couple days.
4,000.
40,000 total.
How many?
40,000 leads.
No.
And 8,000 came in just the last couple of days.
Oh, okay. I was thinking the last couple of days. 8,000.
Yeah, the tip line after all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot to chase down.
It is. It's an awful lot to chase down.
We've got a quick check of the headlines. We'll get you up to speed on everything else that's going on out there. Hey, and remember, we're teaming up for something big, and you could be climbing with us. You can join Gatos and Broomhead on the KTAR team and
sure
raise.
Didn't get Broomhead any luck when you said any love when you said that?
Well, because you told me you're the captain of the team.
Well, I like to think that it's not a
so
co-captainship.
So I tried to emphasize the Gatos part. It's raising funds for special needs community for the Cardinals Climb event, and this is coming up real quick, February 21st. Need more info? Easy. Text CLIMB to 620-620, climb to 620-620, and join Gatos and Broomhead.
Now that's too much.
I'm still not getting it right on the KTAR team. All right. Up next, why did a flight from Los Angeles to Houston take 12 hours? Heck, I could practically drive it in that. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, Aquazona Connecticut, best offer I think I've ever seen them give in the 20 years I've talked about them here in the afternoon. You ready for this? You got $26. How about $26 a month and you own the K5 drinking water station, the one that is in my house, the one that's been in my house for 20 years. I always tell everybody the benefits of Aquazona Connecticut, especially this specific unit, K5, right? Convenient. You get a refreshing glass of water each and every time from the comfort of your own kitchen. You'll enjoy making better coffee. Because the water will taste better. Better tasting food with purified water. Your family doesn't have to drink chlorine, heavy metals, microplastics, all that garbage that's in Arizona's water, forever chemicals. You can pay $26 a month, and you own the K5 drinking water station. Limited time. Got to get going. Mention Gatos, 602-910-6570, 602-910-6570, 602-910-6570. Check them out at aquazona.com.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Plus, free premium delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
At Dolphin Pools, we're doing something big for the entire month of February. We're honoring all 2025 pricing so you can finally build that beautiful quality pool you've been dreaming of without stretching your budget. Check out our 5-star reviews and see why Arizona families have trusted Dolphin Pools. For over 42 years, we build affordable luxury pools. We'd love to meet you. Visit one of our showrooms across the valley in Gilbert, Mesa, Phoenix, and now Surprise. Or visit dolphinpools.us. Your dream backyard is closer than you think.
Join KTAR in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 446. I'm Becky Lynn. This is what you need to know right now. In Arizona, the Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI said today they're following up on 18,000 tips related to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. ABC News contributor and retired FBI agent Richard Frankel says investigators will have to use every tool available to them to pour through all of those leads.
18,000 in a week and a half? That number is staggering. After 9/11, we had, I believe, 18 to 20,000 in 2 years.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Right now, let's get you home. Checking those roads for us. Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Glendale with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. Loop 202, Agua Frio westbound near 59th Avenue. Tempe with debris on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway westbound near Center Parkway. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official Team Eye Doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times. Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor. I'm so glad I did. Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Do your parents or grandparents have the documents they need in their personal files? I'm Jamie West. Mark your calendar for Tuesday, February 17th at 2:30 p.m. Elder care attorney Stephanie Bivens will be at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix to share insights on documents every senior should have. Enjoy light refreshments and enlightening legal refreshers. It's free. Just text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
We have a reporter at the Guthrie homes in Tucson. We'll get an update on the latest on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow, starting at 8:15. You can watch on KTAR's YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
We are moments away from the face-off coming up at 5 o'clock. We're going to fill the studio and have some conversations about a variety of topics that have been in the news this week.
Panels arriving.
Yes, getting ready. So, this is a semi-serious question.
Okay.
Have you ever gotten on the wrong plane?
I thought I did once.
Okay. Oh, seriously?
Yeah, I thought I did. And
yeah, when they make that announcement?
Yeah, I thought I did. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm the dumbest person in the world. And then I discovered the person sitting next to me, that was the dumbest person in the world. Ouch. Because they got on the wrong plane. It wasn't me.
It wasn't you.
It was them.
Well, I had something where, you know, when the flight attendant starts going and go, well, welcome everybody. This is flight so-and-so to wherever.
Yeah.
And she got her flights mixed up.
Okay.
And she said, like, I was sitting on a flight to L.A. and she said,
funny.
we're going to Chicago. I went, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah.
She goes, oh, that was me. Well, that's not exactly what happened here.
It'd be a nice 3-hour flight to Cairo.
So there's a guy. There's always a guy. And he was flying from Los Angeles, LAX, to Houston. All right. It's 3-4 hour flight, roughly, if you do that. United Airlines. He got on the plane, sit down. He's all comfy. 6 hours into the flight.
How long?
6.
Supposed to take how long?
3.5, 4. He had, bing, it's a little thingy.
Oh.
Asked the flight attendant, why is it taking so long to get to Houston?
Oh, gosh. Oh, for crying out loud.
The flight attendant responded, this flight's going to Tokyo.
Oh, jeez.
It's not going to Houston. And he's like, I'm supposed to be on the Houston flight.
Hope he's got a passport.
United cannot explain how this guy who was trying to fly to Houston ended up on a flight to Tokyo. And they only realized it when they were halfway over the Pacific.
Oh, my gosh. Let me put myself in his spot.
Okay.
If I found out that I did something that dumb, and let's say that I didn't find out from the flight attendant, I'm finding out from some of the passengers, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh.
There are a lot of Japanese people flying to Houston
Or
today.
I've got a carry-on bag and nothing, like almost nothing in it. I don't have a passport, and I'm thinking, this might be a cool adventure. I can go to Tokyo. Was it Tokyo? Did you say it was Tokyo?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Tokyo.
Let's go to Tokyo.
Landed
I'm going there. I'm going to spend a few
Airport.
days.
Yeah.
But they're not going to let me in Tokyo.
There is a question as how that works. The airline said it took 2 days to figure this out. He had to sit in a hotel for 2 days.
So he couldn't leave at all?
No. Apparently couldn't leave.
No.
Stayed in a hotel for 2 days.
You got to go through
trying to sort it out. Yeah. They offered him a $300 travel credit as an apology. They're apologizing to him for letting him get on the wrong flight. They later said they bumped it up to $1,000 and let him fly to Houston.
He didn't even get to go and look around Tokyo?
Yeah, I wonder if you could go. I tell you what, keep your $300. Let me hang out here for a little bit.
I want to go hang out.
And then fly me home.
Absolutely. I'm sneaking out of the hotel. I want to go see.
Unbelievable. Now, I'm just going to say this. I guess it's all well and good that United Airlines thinks they did something wrong because this guy got on a flight to Tokyo instead of Houston. By the way, doesn't even look the same on the sign. But isn't there a certain responsibility you have to get on the right plane?
Tokyo does sound a little similar to Houston.
Not even close.
Okay, not even close.
Not even close.
That's amazing.
Again, and don't you notice all the people flying there?
Don't you notice that it's twice? It's a 3 hour flight and you're 6 hours in.
6 hours in. Well, what are they going to? They're not going to turn around.
How about 3 hours and 30 minutes? You're wondering this, not 6 hours.
You're like, how long does it take to get to Houston these days?
Oh my gosh,
pretty crazy.
Because some people just put their earbuds in and they don't know where they're walking.
Yeah,
they just I'll get on that plane.
Yeah,
that's a good plan. I'll get on that one.
But they also, you have a certain responsibility if you're flying to make sure you get on the right plane. And these days, don't they know like every seat's taken and this and that? I mean, come on. We did a head count. We're over by one. We're only going to Tokyo. We'll just go. All right.
You think there's a chance he did it on purpose just for the adventure?
He says he didn't. Hey, don't forget, April 11th, Pat's Run is coming, presented by Tech Systems. You can celebrate his legacy in every stride. Sign up and learn more at patsrun.org. The Face-Off coming up next. Boy, do we got a lot to talk about. Tell you what, why don't we kick it off? Yeah.
How about
the real reason that MAGA was so down on Bad Bunny? It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Let's talk about the Lund Mortgage team and how they're going to help you get into the home of your dreams. So we look around and we see interest rates going down. We look around and we see home prices are going down. If you look around your neighborhood or a neighborhood you'd like to be in, you see the for sale sign has been up there a little bit longer than normal. This is your time to pounce on that house. This is your time to get off the fence and say, I don't know if there's a better time to purchase right now. When you call the Lund Mortgage team, they'll walk you through everything. What you need first is the pre-approval, okay? That's the first thing. You cannot put an offer in on a home unless you have a pre-approval letter. So the Lund Mortgage team does all the work for you, okay? 623-875-9940. But don't do it backwards, because there are horror stories out there about people who don't get pre-approved first. Then they look for a home. Then they fall in love with the home. And then they can't get the financing for it. And you lose out. Pre-approval allows you to look for a home in your price range. The Lund Mortgage team, decade after decade after decade after decade, have been taking care of Arizonans. 623-875-9940, lundmortgage.com.
Beat the heat before it beats you. Misting Masters keeps your outdoor spaces cool and comfortable with high-quality misting systems. Already have a system? We'll get it tuned up and ready for the season. Need a new one? We design and install custom solutions for patios, pools, and outdoor living areas. Enjoy professional service, competitive pricing, and uncompromising quality, backed by years of expertise. Schedule your free no-pressure quote today at mistingmasters.com. That's mistingmasters.com. Stay cool with Misting Masters.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 five-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-666-9943. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Take advantage of thousands of dollars in SRP rebates and discounts on energy-efficient home upgrades like new air conditioning units, windows, ducts, and insulation. Save money on your energy bill while also making your home more comfortable. SRP's network of participating contractors can guide you from start to finish and maximize your savings by combining Inflation Reduction Act incentives with SRP rebates. Learn more at savewithsrp.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Hey, Eric, you know Valentine's Day is this month, right?
Yes, babe, I know, which means I'm probably in trouble.
No, I was actually thinking about our customers.
You're always thinking about our customers.
Let's show our customers some love.
Exactly. This month, Precision is offering 50% off new AC units. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC or go to PrecisionAirandPlumbing.com.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air. Let's go!
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Did you hear about the new Arizona Cashback Program for home buyers? The first 1,000 visitors to buyerhunt.com can get a minimum of $10,000 cash back and as much as $25,000 cash back when buying any home in Arizona. There is no cost to participate in this home affordability cashback program. Find out what your exact cashback amount would be at BUYERHUNT.com. Check it out at buyerhunt.com.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn, and the search for Nancy Guthrie continues in the Catalina Foothills community of North Tucson. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is there and brings us the latest on the investigation.
It's been 11 days since the 84-year-old was abducted, and law enforcement still have no suspects. Federal agents could be seen earlier today combing through thick desert brush around Nancy's home. Her daughter, Today Show host Savannah Guthrie, said on social media yesterday she believes her mom is still alive. More flowers continue to be placed next to a sign that reads, "Dear Guthrie family, your neighbors stand with you." Reporting in Tucson, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Meanwhile, the Pima County Sheriff's Department says it has received about 18,000 calls since February 1st, and that's the day Guthrie disappeared. More than 4,000 of those calls came in just over the last 24 hours.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego says he's serious about leading a nationwide strike should President Trump attempt to interfere with this year's midterm elections.
And what does that look like? It could be, trying to force the stopping of the counting of votes if things aren't going his way. He could send National Guard to seize the ballots instead of being processed. That's when we have to go through extreme measures.
The senator exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos he hopes it's a far-fetched scenario, but says after January 6th and the raid on the Fulton County, Georgia Elections Office, it can't be discounted. See the full interview at the KTAR YouTube channel.
He should know that the Constitution is on our side.
After the U.S. Department of Justice attempted to bring charges against Senator Mark Kelly and other Democrats over a video they made last year directly telling U.S. troops they don't have to follow illegal orders, a federal grand jury said no to that yesterday. The senator saying it was an attack on his free speech.
Where are the free speech absolutist Republicans now, who were so concerned about the weaponization of government? What happened to them?
Senator Kelly says he expects more retaliation from the Trump administration, which he described as authoritarian.
Eyes on Education.
Paradise Valley Unified School District voted to terminate Superintendent Todd Cummings' contract last night after he allegedly lied on his job application. District Counsel Susan Segal says he failed to report that he'd been placed on administrative leave at his last job and wasn't competent in Paradise Valley either.
He did not fulfill his duties. He created an unprofessional and counterproductive work environment. He did not encourage collaboration among his administrators and made decisions without input from them.
Cummings has been on administrative leave in Paradise Valley since September. You can read more education solutions stories at ktar.com/education. T-Mobile says it plans to use artificial intelligence to break down the language barrier.
T-Mobile says starting in a few months, customers will be able to translate their phone calls in real time. The service provider says the live translation feature uses artificial intelligence to translate voices into 50 different languages. And the company says because the AI is baked in at the network level, customers won't need a specific phone or app to use live translation. T-Mobile says it will not save any recordings or transcripts of the translated calls. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Customers can sign up for the beta test starting today. The first full rollout will happen this spring. Checking on traffic for us now. Let's get you home with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. State Route 51 southbound near Coulter Street. Glendale with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. Loop 101 Agua Fria westbound near 15th Avenue. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on Adams Street and 3rd Avenue. This report is brought to you by AmWa. From 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Expecting some rain in our forecast by Friday the 13th, by the way. Cloudy skies right through Friday. 61 for the low tonight, 79 tomorrow, and then 70 the high on Friday with a 40% chance of showers. In Glendale, it's 76. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive, live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents. This is the faceoff.
All right, here we go. 5:05 on a Wednesday. It means one thing and one thing only. The face-off.
Yeah.
We'll be here for the next hour. Terrific panel. Let's see who's facing off. We start with Stephen Richer, the former Maricopa County recorder, the Republican. Stephen, how are you?
I'm great. Ready to fight.
Good to see you, man. We got another Republican here, Sal DeCiccio, the former Phoenix City Council member. Sal, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Gatos.
And then we've got Democratic strategist Tony Connie, all by his lonesome, all
by
over
myself.
There. All right.
Yeah, but I'm a squish.
So
Okay, there you go.
Chris. Say. So I'm somewhere in the middle.
He's been cast out.
Well, there's a reason you're sitting in the middle.
You can watch this on KTAR's YouTube channel. And why don't we start off with, why don't Republicans like Bad Bunny? All right, so the Super Bowl, a lot of people liked it. I was one of them.
Well, the game was
not a Republican or a Democrat.
boring.
It is interesting because if you look, there are certain people on the right, like Megyn Kelly, saying things like this.
To get up there and perform the whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America.
Whoa.
Who gives a damn that we have 40 million Spanish speakers in the United States? We have 310 million who don't speak a lick of Spanish. This is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos.
All right, let's start with Sal DiCiccio.
Yep.
Why do we have to say it like
Middle,
that?
Yeah, exactly.
Is it a middle finger to America, Sal?
No, I don't think that at all. I speak Spanish and I speak Italian. You want me to do Spanish here? Or no?
I believe you. I know you do.
No, I don't. And I'll tell you why. I just think that that's just entertainment. Okay, people can do whatever they want for entertainment. The only issue with Bad Bunny that I have major problems with is the anti-American thing, burning the American flag. That's just not a guy that I'm going to support I'm going to watch. I just don't watch that. I just make that personal choice.
That didn't happen during the halftime show, to be clear.
No, it did not.
Oh, okay.
No, it did
I was
not.
Like, well, you really missed that. You were misinformed as to what kind of a halftime show that was.
No. That did not happen.
Fair
It
enough.
happened before. And I'm just not, I just think that individuals like that, I just don't have to patronize, and I'm not going to.
That's fair.
Stephen Richer, what did you think?
I thought it was fine. I'm never super into halftime shows. I don't get all the fire up about them.
He's a Puppy Bowl kind of guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Puppy Bowl did good numbers.
It registered 11 million or something like that.
Puppy Bowl did good numbers.
I don't know why people get so fired up about this. Clearly, Megyn Kelly doesn't live in Arizona because, actually people do know a few Spanish words. I've been practicing my that he does a little bit just in preparation for this. He's not really my speed,
Sure.
but I thought it was pretty inoffensive. I liked the bit at the end to sort of, call out the haters where he said, we're all America, and he had the American flag. So that was a nice sort of kumbaya, feel-good moment. I thought it was much ado about very little, but I'm with Sal. If he burned an American flag, that's a major no-no for me, but happily that didn't seem to work its way into the performance. And I recognize that he is a humongous artist, and I know that it was a big deal to a lot of Spanish speakers in the United States, and I think that's very wonderful.
So I'm fact-checking that. I'm doing it quickly because I never heard that Bad Bunny burned the flag. I've got a Yahoo article that is saying people online were more outraged when an AI-generated image of Bad Bunny appeared to burn the American flag. But here's the thing. Hey, you know what? It goes viral, and sometimes you can't tell the difference.
It's really hard to tell fact from fiction.
All right, well, good. Thank you for looking it up.
Now,
and,
that was on the fly, and so I hope that that's accurate.
No, he is very pro-Puerto Rican.
Right.
Which
is the United States.
Came as a shocking development to some as part of the United States. Yes, he's very pro-Puerto
Tony
Rican.
Connie, Democratic strategist. Why does a halftime show, why does it have to be political? And when did it start being political? Because we've had people from other countries, Shakira, U2, they've come and done
But they
this.
sing in American.
Oh, well, I mean.
Hey, it's because Trump said he didn't like it, and everyone feels like they got the marching orders, and now they need to go out there and be a soldier in this war against the NFL. It's ridiculous. It's the dumbest thing. It's so boring. I'm annoyed that we're talking about it because I'm not really that annoyed. But he's a gigantic star.
He's literally one of the biggest stars on the planet.
Our free market friends out there, do you think the NFL makes a little bit of money when their worldwide audience gets a little bit more of a pull? It's just a wild thing to think that this is a mistake. And just turn the channel then. Go eat more pizza or burgers or whatever you guys have at your party.
Chips and salsa while raging at Spanish speaking.
But I mean, as Megyn Kelly would say with a sort of weird accent.
And the anger that is coming out from a lot of the people that are saying they're against this is because he's not white.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what it seems like to me.
I actually agree.
No.
Let's go with Stephen first.
You can't have race on everything.
We'll get you in, Sal.
I don't think it's just that. We
Okay.
had a lot of rappers a few years ago. I think it was Fiddy. I think it was Kendrick Lamar. I think it was
Snoop Dogg.
It was
Snoop
Usher.
halftime,
I remember was one. And so I don't think it's that. I tend to resist that. I do think the Spanish language thing was a big sticking point for a lot of people. And for whatever reason, I think Tony's right. Like the president got out ahead of this one, and then that sort of sends a signal to a lot of people.
Sal?
I think we need to go back to Janet Jackson having that dress.
Hey now!
Personally, as a guy, I think that was pretty good.
Slow down. Goodness.
When we were a better country.
She never recovered.
We were
To be
much
clear
better
what I
back
mean,
then.
a lot of the people who've jumped on the bandwagon, I'm not saying that's what everybody did. The reason they're doing it is because it's sort of pushing this narrative that there's some great replacement that's happening in our country where the pure American blood is being replaced by people and immigrants who are coming from other countries. That is the stuff that you see the rhetoric on the right-wing social media that some of the people, a lot of the people are pushing. And
that he's not like us.
And so it's just the whole thing is silly. But it does speak to how polarizing everything is and how impossible it is for most Republicans that don't have the courage of my friend Sal or to say they disagree with the president. They just can't do it.
All right, speaking of the president, we have to talk about the racist depiction of former President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama on social media. A video clip showing the Obamas' faces on apes. And for 12 hours, the White House didn't think this was a big deal. I think the White House press secretary said, stop the fake outrage. Well, if it's fake outrage, why'd you take it down after 12 hours? It's incredible that, I think the president put it up. I think he saw it. We'll start with Sal. A lot of people say, well, Trump's a racist. Is he a racist?
No, but I think that what occurred there was horrible. I really do. I mean, that goes back to the whole image of how blacks were portrayed many, many years ago. And, when I was a kid, now they're bringing that shit back up. That really bothered me. And I know it was part of a larger clip, but the bottom line is that that was just wrong. And taking it down after 12 hours, that should have come down immediately. And I don't believe that the president
he still
was
hasn't
involved
apologized.
in the decision. Yeah, well...
It is on brand for him. I mean, he was the birther thing with Obama, right?
That's a bad thing. I'm going to tell you right now, that is the video clip was horrible. I saw it, and I thought, who comes up with this stuff?
Right.
Trump.
Well,
no.
he didn't make the video.
Right. He saw it.
He shared it or whatever.
Right. And okay, so
there are things I'm going to disagree with him on, and that's one of them.
Stephen, is he a racist?
This is reprehensible. It was a racist post.
Right.
I don't know enough if one comment makes you racist.
What about all the other ones?
Right. So this is hardly the first time that he's done something that's reprehensible. And so unfortunately it does, I think, merit some introspection about who we are as a country if we continue to allow stuff like this to happen from the most important office in the world. And I just pushed back against Tony saying, well, people were objecting to Bad Bunny because he's Latino. And I don't think that's the case for the vast majority of Americans. But it makes it a heck of a lot harder to do that and say that when the president of the United States is using overtly racist videos on social media. And so if you don't understand the sort of the effect of this and the potency of this, do a little reading on the history of the United States with portraying black people as apes. It's not pretty, and I think you'll be very disappointed that the president who lived through those times when this was much more prevalent, didn't exercise better judgment.
Tony?
I'm someone who normally swears a lot, but
okay.
I have a little kid at home, and I won't swear in the house.
Good for you.
Because if you swear in front of your kid, you're giving them a permission slip to swear, and that's what the president did. The president, by allowing this to go up, is giving a permission slip to everybody who holds these views to put them in the mainstream, to push it out there, and to then get in a big fight about whether or not we're woke,
or whether or not it normalizes it.
Yeah, that's and that is somebody's goal. I don't know if it's the president's goal, but it's somebody who works for his goal. That's why they're doing this.
So Tony,
and it's really problematic, and people make mistakes. And I could see the president asking one of his people to say, "Oh, that was a mistake."
No.
If he doesn't have the courage, to do it himself, but he wouldn't. And why? The harm from this is real.
Look, on the right and the left, there's conspiracies all over the place.
Fair.
I hear them all. But I don't think every single thing is a conspiracy. Some things can be errors and some things can be done, purposely. And
well,
I just
they said
don't
a staff
believe
member did it, and I don't buy.
Well, that was
they are
a ridiculous lie.
He's tweeting himself.
He has a staff member tweeting about the 2020 election in the middle of the night.
You
rage
think
tweeting.
he watches an entire video? That thing was not short, so I don't think he watched the whole thing. If he did, but he
that's
didn't
a
put it up.
compelling argument that his attention span is
does.
very
Yeah,
short.
you know what? That's
Well, most people's
defense.
most people's attention span isn't more than 30 seconds.
Right.
That's about it.
Yeah. Hey, this is the Face Off. We've got an amazing panel in here. That was Sal DeCiccio, former Phoenix City Councilman. Stephen Risher, the former Maricopa County Recorder, and Tony Connie is in here as well. Tell you what, real quick, we're going to do a check of the headlines, make sure we're up to speed on that. Next up, a person of interest was detained last night, and then it turned out to be the wrong guy. We're going to be talking about the Nancy Guthrie case and the missteps, or are they missteps, by law enforcement down in Tucson. It's up next. It's Outspoken, the Face-Off right here on KTAR.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. The U.S. House has passed the Save America Act, and that would require states to gather proof of citizenship in order to register a person to vote in federal elections. The measure also requires voters show photo ID to cast a ballot in person and adds new rules for mail-in ballots. All 217 Republicans voted in favor, joined by Democrat Henry Keller from Texas. The measure now moves to the U.S. Senate, where it does face at least some Republican opposition. Get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, you can go to KTAR.com. Let's check that 5 o'clock ride now. Here is Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway near 24th Street. Phoenix again, crash in the left-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Agua Fria southbound near Camelback Road. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
All right, welcome back. It's the Face Off. With us in studio right now, Democratic strategist Tony Connie, Sal DeCiccio, former Phoenix City Council member, and Stephen Risher, former Maricopa County Recorder, all in here. You know, a lot of time we talk politics, and that is a big part of it, but it's really hard to get away from the story of the last 10 days because I think it touches people on a variety of different levels. Of course, we're talking about the disappearance, we believe the abduction of Nancy Guthrie, Savannah Guthrie's mother, down in Tucson. We've had this creepy video that came out yesterday. We thought maybe a resolution last night when there was a person in custody and they were searching a home. Turned out to not be the person. This saga continues to go on, and I think it's fair to say it continues to mesmerize America right now.
Why do you guys think that this has mesmerized America? There are a lot of different thoughts out there.
You know, there's an entire economy about true crime podcasts, news, TV shows. And so there are a lot of people that really are into this.
I watch all those documentaries on Netflix.
Yeah, my wife does too. And one thing she told me, she said she doesn't like it when it's like in the moment. She wants to watch something that's happened in the past.
It's interesting. Yeah.
Because it feels more exploitive when it's in the moment than when it's in the past. But I think that's a part of it. And I also think it's just the kind of story that you can talk to people about and come up with ideas and theories and try and figure out what's going on. But that certainly doesn't help the investigation when it comes to, millions of people thinking that they're, little detectives on their computers. But yeah, I mean, I think that's just why people are just so focused in on it.
I agree with Tony on that. I do believe because there's so many different shows on about crime and what happened and that type of thing. And the other thing you have to add into that she's 84 years old, a grandma, seriously, who's kidnapping a grandma? And then about the money part of it, and then the fact that the daughter is a famous TV star. So you combine all that together, and you have this story. But I do believe that a lot of eyes on this is actually a good thing because what it does is it has everybody thinking about it and talking about it. And now that they put out that picture of that one guy, as much as you could see, you could tell it was planned. I mean, the guy completely made sure.
You mean showed the surveillance thing? He showed up to do something bad. Yeah,
he was
without
completely
a doubt.
covered. I think the only thing he didn't have covered was his mouth and his eyes, and that was it.
Yeah.
So that tells you a lot on its own that this thing was planned. After all this time, I just feel bad. I just think that I don't know if they're going to get a resolution to this.
I don't know either.
I don't see it.
Like the ransom that's out there, I don't really buy that anybody.
I don't either.
That the people that are wanting this money have her. I don't buy that. I mean, there have been a lot of missteps by the police. The FBI yesterday, maybe we thought, hey, they've got somebody. And then, the media gets there before anybody. Well, the FBI was there, and the media goes and talks to the owner of the house, and she's like, you guys can walk through the whole place. I don't know what you're talking about. And then I'm like, that's not the guy.
You pointed out on many occasions, initially, 11 days ago, this was a crime scene. They had police tape up, and then they took the police tape down and went home, and people just kind of wandered around her front yard. And then they went, hold on a second, we think we need to lock this down again. There might be evidence here.
She was getting Amazon packages.
Literally.
Delivered. Like a couple days after this, and you're like, if you're the police, don't you lock down a crime scene for wouldn't you lock down miles so no one would go anywhere near anything? They found a black glove today, a mile and a half from her house. Nobody knows.
Maybe related. We hope there's some evidence. That's evidence.
I don't know, but again, and I think we're all watching this like you guys got to find this. You got to find her fast because she's not going to last. She doesn't have medication. She's 84, and I think that maybe we're a little bit more sensitive. I think maybe that I am because I keep looking. I'm like, that's a misstep. I think they messed that up, and that's a misstep too.
Is that a consensus? Like,
what do you mean?
Do people feel that they are not doing a great job, the authorities, with this one?
I think there are a lot of questions. I think there are a lot of questions.
Or is it just simply the fact that they haven't located her and therefore?
Let me give you another one.
Do you think it's fair?
Let me give you another one. There was the sheriff Nanos who wants to, find her, and I get it.
Sheriff, yeah,
right. All right, on Saturday, he's at a U of A ball game. I get it. You get downtime. But I'm telling you, the optics of it are terrible. They're terrible. You can't be seen there. You can't go. You just can't.
Can I tell you what
Doesn't
I think
give you
about
confidence.
when I see this? And I think about a lot of other people that get abducted and how many other mistakes there are. This is high profile. They've got everybody on the blanket.
They say hundreds of people working on it, right? Yeah.
And they're still making errors. So that also tells me that, and plus, police are, they're prone to errors. They're human beings. You're going to miss things, right? I think, what about the poor lady or the poor guy that got abducted or the child that got abducted? How much attention are these guys getting?
Well, by the way, and
I think it's sad.
This isn't an I told you so, I assure you, but there's roughly 25,000 people, adults, listed as missing in the United States right now. And in Tucson, in the last 2 years in Tucson, there's still 8 active missing persons cases. We don't know who they are. Right. No idea who these people are.
She's getting a lot of attention, and thank God she is.
Hopefully, we have a good
resolution.
This is the face-off with our esteemed panel: Sal DeCiccio, Stephen Risher, Tony Connie. Hey, coming up next, is Trump thinking about nationalizing elections? Senator Ruben Gallego, he joined us a little bit earlier and says, He'll shut down the whole darn country if that happens. Is that a thing? We'll talk about it next with the Face-Off. Outspoken on KTAR.
New developments out of Tucson in the Guthrie case.
The FBI released images of a masked man approaching Nancy Guthrie's front door. In the video, you can see him appearing in the entrance, slowly walking toward the door, eyes visible, his face covered by a ski mask. Wearing gloves, carrying a backpack, authorities say he had a gun on his waistband.
Stay with KTAR News for more on this breaking news story on YouTube, the KTAR News app, KTAR.com, and 92.3.
You know, my wife and I were looking to transform our home, and one of the missing pieces was Southwest Blinds and Shutters. We needed custom blinds, shutters, shades made to fit our style. So we started by going to one of their 3 showrooms, and the experts there are fantastic. And you can just see everything that you could possibly want in your home. Whether you want like the timeless elegance of shutters or the sleek look of modern shades. A lot of people like the smart blinds where, you know, you can program your automated shades right from your phone. And I'm telling you, it's going to be a super cool upgrade. They did the final walkthrough and measurement last week, and in a couple weeks, we're getting our blinds and shutters and shades. So I want you to do what I did. Go check them out at southwestblinds.com. Southwestblinds.com. They will transfer your home. It will be beautiful. Make sure you tell them Gato sent you.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
KTAR News now.
It is 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. New this afternoon on a 218 to 213 vote. The House has passed the Save America Act. This bill, backed by President Trump, would restrict mail-in ballots, require photo ID at polling places, and mandate that states get proof of citizenship before registering someone to vote in a federal election. After the vote, House Speaker Mike Johnson celebrated the passage and called on the Senate to follow suit, saying it's what the American people want.
Proof of citizenship and photo ID to vote. Everyone in the country understands the necessity of that, understands how simple it is and how important it is. And the only people that oppose it are people who want to cheat our system.
The search for Nancy Guthrie continues today in the Tucson area, with the FBI confirming an extensive search has been taking place along numerous roadways in the Catalina foothills. A reward of $50,000 remains in place for any information that leads investigators to Guthrie. We'll have the very latest with our Heidi Hummel coming up at 6 o'clock on Arizona's Evening News.
He should know that the Constitution is on our side.
Senator Mark Kelly, seemingly not surprised, a federal grand jury declined to bring charges against him and other Democrat lawmakers over a video they made last year. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the News Center with more.
That video in question included Senator Kelly and other Democrats directly telling U.S. troops they don't have to follow illegal orders, then the U.S. Department of Justice attempting to bring charges against Kelly and others, but a jury saying no to that yesterday. Senator Kelly does not expect his battle with the Trump admin to end here.
Donald Trump has a pretty limited capacity to move on from things, and he doesn't take bad news well, and he's got quite the ego that I think it makes it difficult for him to move on.
And Senator Kelly argues the attempt to bring criminal charges is an attack on free speech, describing the admin as authoritarian. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
A man is dead following an industrial accident in Buckeye earlier today. Police tell us it happened at a construction site near Miller Road and historic US 80. That's where the man was hit by a front loader. No other details available at this time. Let's check on the road home tonight. Now, Enrique Garcia's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, I-17 southbound near Bell Road. Phoenix again, crash in the right-hand shoulder, Loop 202, Santiago Freeway, northbound near Buckeye Road. Phoenix with a crash on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Popular Freeway, westbound near 35th Avenue. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Join the elder care attorney Stephanie Bevins on Tuesday, February 17th at 2 p.m. to learn the essential documents every senior should have. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We're going to see cloudy skies pretty much the rest of the week. Overnight low 61 tomorrow, 79 for high, but dropping off to 70 and a 40% chance of showers on Friday. It's 77 now in Chandler. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents. This is the Face-Off.
All right, every Wednesday, 5 o'clock, we bring you the Face-Off. Our panel today, Tony Connie, Democratic strategist, the Republican Sal DeCiccio, former Phoenix City Council member, and Stephen Richer, former Maricopa County recorder. We've got to talk about some things that Senator Ruben Gallego told us today earlier on the show. So before we get to that, the basis of it is, okay, Trump has called for the Republican Party to nationalize voting in the U.S.
Takeover voting was the term.
The quote is take over voting procedures in 15 states. And we saw what happened in Fulton County, Georgia. Richard, I can't wait to hear what you say about that.
He's chomping at the bit here.
I know. And now Fulton County is saying that they filed a motion. And so you have Ruben Gallego saying, you know what? If Trump messes with the elections, we need to do something. Take a listen.
If he goes and decides to, come on, we have to, in my opinion, you guys not putting words in your mouth, we have to consider the fact that this man is doing a lot of things that point to the fact that he may try to mess with the vote. And what does that look like? It could be, trying to force the stopping of the counting of votes if things aren't going his way. He could send National Guard to seize the ballots instead of being processed. That's when we have to go through extreme measures. Them passing, different types of voter ID laws is not the response that you have to do an extreme measure like that.
Okay, the extreme measure he's saying is not to shut the government down, shut the country down, have a nationwide strike. If Trump messes with the ballots in November in any type or any kind, shut it all down in the U.S.
Yeah, he said if you're a teacher, don't go to school. If you're a pilot, don't show up for work. A general strike.
Stephen Richer, what do you think?
Well, that ought to calm things down, I'm sure. Put Trump and Gallego in a room, and I'm sure that'll be a measured conversation. Look, elections are hard to mess with, especially on a national level. It's not easy for the federal government to simply flip a switch. And the elections are totally different. We have 9,000 different voting jurisdictions in the United States, so very disaggregated, a lot of different state laws. But that being said, this might be a world in which I simply lack the imagination necessary for appreciating what the president might do, because I never would have said that the FBI would go get a warrant 5.5 years later and be moving out over 600 boxes of 2020 election material. I don't think this is what the country wants. I don't know what the president's plans are, whether this is just to cause commotion or whether it's a precursor to something else, but it is highly anomalous, and I think it is worth being very sensitive to the situation now.
Well, Stephen, is it fair to say that if Georgia was on the list, Arizona would be on the list too, to prove that Trump actually won Arizona in 2020 as opposed to losing it as literally every piece of evidence says he did?
Nobody said, Mr. President, can you name the 15? But
we know which ones they are, right?
I suspect we would have been a top 5 state on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sal,
he's not asking for a recount in Florida, by the way.
So let's go back to the basic of this thing. One, I think Ruben is one of the smartest political individuals in the state by far.
Okay.
I think he's in the top 3 personally.
Book it right here, Sal DeCiccio.
No, I think he is. Yeah. That doesn't mean we agree philosophically on things. It just means that I do respect people that are smart. But the other part of it deals with, should there be a basis and just some basic rules that every state would have to agree with? Okay, I like the voter ID thing a lot. I think we should have done that a long time ago. The majority of the country likes it too. But, should there be some basic fundamentals that every state would have to do, so that when you go to, from Arizona, you go to Florida, you're going to be voting the same way. I don't believe you should. This word nationalize is a horrible word. When it comes to elections, I don't like it. I think they're all local elections, and they should be elected.
The Constitution kind of created it so that the party in power couldn't run the election to keep themselves in power.
Right.
I mean, is the idea kind of.
That's exactly right. And so, from my end, I think that there be some basic rules. Yes. Outside of that, like I said, I don't like the word nationalize. I don't like the idea of taking over. I don't like the idea of instructing us to take over certain
He's telling us
I
what
don't
he
like
wants
that either.
to do, Tony Connie. He's telling us what he wants to do. He's going to screw with the elections. I'm sorry. That's exactly what he's going to try and do in November. Now, I wouldn't have said that a year ago. I never thought he'd send ICE into Minneapolis and they would throw women around. Or if you had brown skin, you're going to jail.
I've got the imagination to imagine. Okay.
So I can imagine it.
And Ruben said, if he moves the ballots, what do we do in this case? We shut the country down. That makes sense, right? That would be a huge, earth-shattering thing if that happened. But at the absolute minimum, he is threatening these states to try and get the lawmakers to change processes or change the laws. at the very minimum, that's what he's doing. And he's doing it because in Arizona's case, he wrongfully thinks that'll help Republicans. It would actually probably hurt Republicans if all this early vote and everything went away, right? I mean, and this is a guy who's done a lot of the things he said he would do, that when people like I would say, hey, he's saying this, people would say, no, he's just messing around.
That's just him talking.
It's just rhetoric. It's whatever. Yeah. And so you kind of got to take this stuff seriously. I mean, you have to.
Okay, so think about the question that Gallego is posing. If he does mess with the election and Americans have a choice where we say we're either going to save democracy, and to do that, well, we have to shut the economy down. Oof. What are Americans going to do?
The question is, what levers do people have to pull in a situation when the executive is overstepping?
When you
that
say people,
much?
do you mean the actual citizenry, not Congress?
Yeah.
Okay,
like that.
I agree with Ruben. If you use the federal government, if you use federal law enforcement to start going into jurisdictions while there's a live election during the 2026 midterms, and you start seizing ballots before they've been tabulated, I think that is a red line moment, and I hope it doesn't turn into violence, but something very significant has to be done. Maybe the walkout is the way to go, but just we're in a dark place then as a country.
Well, like Steve said, before they're tabulated. After they're tabulated, they're counted. Now they just become historical record, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, like in Georgia, that's what they are, historical data.
But he's not seizing them because he's interested in history. He's
going
seizing
straight
them
to the Smithsonian.
He's seizing them because he's interested in changing history.
Well, let's think about that too. So what could also come out of this is a big nothing, right? I mean, those are when you make these types of bold moves, you either have your facts behind you to have to do that, to go in. You don't do that. Because if you come out looking bad, like there's nothing, nothing here.
That hasn't slowed him down at all. They've lost every court case, every recount, and he still claims the elections were rigged.
Just why? Sal, why? I don't think average MAGA base wants him to be doing this, talking about 2020. You're president, for gosh sake.
Well, can I tell you what I care about? I care about what's going on in the grocery store. I kid you not. I saw all this stuff that's happening internationally that the president's doing. That's really good. I mean, he's doing a lot of great things internationally. But I keep saying, what about me? What about what's going on when I go to the grocery store? What happens when I now have to pay a little bit more? My wages are not gone up.
The word.
Yeah, and I know a very online community.
From my end, that's what I care about.
Remember, the tariffs have cost Americans $1,000 for each family. It's $1,000.
Yeah, on average.
On average.
And I'll tell you, I'm a little bit hot under the collar that we have. Those them fighting words for me. That we have law enforcement, that we have FBI agents that we can send to Fulton County for something that happened 5.5 years ago that's been adjudicated, but we can't release the Epstein files and investigate these. Where
possibly connected.
Every single night, a new woman gets on and she talks about the horrors of being a victim of that disgusting affair. And so but more than anything, just like the why and just and it's awful. And if it's a precursor to something in 26, then I think we're violating another red line.
He's Stephen Risher, the former Maricopa County recorder, steeped in election knowledge. Also, Sal DeCiccio from our wonderful Phoenix City Council back in the day. And Tony Connie, our Democratic strategist in the room right here. Okay, coming up next, new statistics from DHS prove ICE is possibly arresting all the wrong people. We'll tell you about that. Coming up next, it's the Face-Off on KTAR.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you.
Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what? End up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. It's a new year, Phoenix, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Greg did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, I saw the advertisements of Rhino Shield, and I did some internet research. It just seemed like a no-brainer to me.
Rhino Shield's not paint. It's better.
And what's nice about Rhino Shield is that it does a really good job of its ability to be UV protective. And what's really nice for people who live in HOAs, they were able to virtually identically match the existing color, but made HOA essentially a non-issue.
All right, Phoenix, you too can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
The Rhino Shield crew did an exceptionally good job in terms of preparation, work, and cleanup. It was like they were never there when they were all finished.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, RHINO.
Go Rhino!
No paint, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
KTAR News Flash.
546, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI said today they're following up on 18,000 tips related to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. ABC News contributor and retired FBI agent Richard Frankel explains how investigators can parse through so many leads.
You have the big data programs that you can put these leads into. You can look for certain specificity to this case that would make it more of a priority than not. You also have the agents and the analysts and the detectives.
We'll take you live to Tucson with our own Heidi Hommel coming up at 6 during Arizona's Evening News. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And with a check on the way home tonight, here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash in the left-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound near Sky Harbor Airport. Phoenix crash in the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound, approaching Bell Road. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builder. Just read the reviews. Lock in 2025 pricing now and get a free Trapper and Teen included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
All right, I'm loving my new windows. Man, I'll tell you, Advanced Window Products, 40-year anniversary. They are here to stay. They're a local Arizona company, family-owned and operated, and my windows are brand new. I will tell you what, it is awesome. Let me tell you what I like about it, because, you know, I noticed that I had some windows that were leaking air. So when it's 120 out, you know, that hot air is coming inside my house, and my AC bill's going through the roof. All right, that's number one. My bedroom window, totally discolored. Couldn't even see through it. There was the biggest window in my home had condensation between the panes. And I said, enough is enough. We've got to replace the builder grade windows. And we did it with the best company, Advanced Window Products. 480-746-4280. Here's the deal when you mention Gatos, $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. 480-746-4280, advancedwindows.com.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here. For a kitchen that looks great and works perfectly for your family's needs, go with Trevec Remodeling. Trevec transforms kitchens into beautiful, functional spaces, and whether you want a complete overhaul or just a few updates, their team of experts will work with you every step of the way. From custom cabinetry and countertops to modern appliances and lighting, Trevec uses only the highest quality materials and craftsmanship. Your home is the biggest investment you'll ever make, and with Trevec, you can stay on budget and still get the kitchen of your dreams. So, if you're ready to turn your kitchen into the heart of your home, call 480-367-1171. 480-367-1171. Call 480-367-1171 or visit Travek.com, Travek.com. Travek Remodeling. Together, building dreams for more than 20 years.
All right, it is the final segment of the Face-Off here on KTAR. Bruce, reintroduce our panel.
A fantastic group of people with us right now. Former Maricopa County Recorder, that's Stephen Risher. He's sitting right in the middle if you're watching on the KTAR YouTube channel. We've got Sal DeCiccio, former Phoenix City Council member, and Tony Connie, our Democratic strategist, in the room with us right now.
All right.
Coming up now. Ready?
Yeah.
We saw a new document from Department of Homeland Security, and more than one news organization got a hold of this, that showed that of the nearly 400,000, it's over 400,000 people who have been arrested by ICE in the last year, just under 14% of them have a felony conviction or a violent offense. So not exactly the worst of the worst. And I think if you've been watching any of this, it's not surprising, because I never thought that grandma looked very violent, quite honestly.
So the numbers are actually higher. This is violent. This is
violent criminals, felons.
But you've got other types of crimes that were committed too that are not violent, like burglaries and others.
Drug possession.
And drug possession.
Yeah.
That's about 40%. And I think that's actually a kind of a high number, because if you think about it, you make one arrest in a house, you're going to arrest all of them. A police officer cannot turn a blind eye, cannot do this, and
well,
just
these aren't
walk
police
away.
officers.
Or well, it doesn't matter. Any officer of the law cannot just say, "Oh, we're just not going to look at these individuals. We have to look over here." So you're going to capture a lot more when you are making an arrest on somebody. And here's the other issue. The blue cities and blue states refuse to work with ICE and turn over the criminals that are immigrant criminals, illegal immigrant criminals.
That are in prison?
They refuse to do it.
That are in prison?
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with arrest outside of prison,
in jail.
Or in jail, yes.
Or jail. When they're arrested, they're not working with ICE. They're not doing it. They're just saying, okay, we're going to just let you go on your own reconnaissance. So they release them. That's your problem.
Tony?
The problem is that the president campaigned with rhetoric that they were going to go only after the worst of the worst, because that was the way that they were able to maintain some of the people who switched over through frustration about the economy. And you see on a pretty regular basis somebody say, oh boy, I didn't think he was going to come after me, come after my family. And one of the things that happens is the reflexive sort of posture of the Trump administration to immediately say, no, that's not true, this is fake, about everything. That works until people are really paying attention.
Yeah.
And what's happening here is that people are really paying attention to some of these things. And so there are going to be counterexamples. And when it comes to civil liberties, I think people are like, wait a minute, this is too much. We can't do this. I don't think that this means that the American people are completely changing their view on the border and how immigration should go and any of this kind of stuff. I think people are just very concerned about
the enforcement,
the violation of civil liberties and what it means about
the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment,
and also when it comes to just competence. I think the people that he has out there talking about this immigration enforcement are not very capable people.
Well,
whether it's the former Border Patrol guy, that Bovino, whatever his name was, or no,
disaster. Trump owned this issue, and now he's underwater because we've seen what happened.
Unbelievable. This was immigration. Was his winning issue.
No doubt.
Immigration was
one
of
Paul
his
Gosar
strongest...
sending a letter to the White House about
asking about the ICE facility.
About the ICE facility.
In surprise that they're building. Yeah. Paul Gosar is concerned.
My default setting is very pro-law enforcement, and that remains true for our local law enforcement.
Me too.
But Alex Preddy wasn't a terrorist.
No.
Alex Preddy wasn't asking for that. What's going on in some of these with ICE, it's not it. It's not right, and the American public knows that in their bones, and it's being reflected in the public opinion polling.
Gentlemen, appreciate all three of you being with us today.
Thank you.
That hour flew by, correct?
It did. It was great.
Outstanding. It does every Wednesday. It's the Face-Off. We bring in a new group of people and debate and talk about the issues of the day. We thank you guys all for being here with us. Stephen Risher, Sal DeCiccio, and Tony Connie. All right.
That'll do it.
That's going to do it, right?
We got Arizona's evening news coming up next with Becky Lynn and Joe Huizenga.
Well, and, it still takes a village to put this together. I looked through the double-pane bulletproof glass over there. I've got our DJ. Look at that. That's just in time. The First Lady of Outspoken, our producer, Miss Jules. Thank you so very much. Becky Lynn, the pride of Tennessee with all the news and information. And Enrique, don't call me Iglesias, delivering the traffic. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, this is Glenn, the proud owner of Good Works Auto Repair in Tempe at the 101 and Broadway, where we've been located for over 20 years. We understand the last thing you need to worry about is your car. That's our job. That's why we provide digital inspections explaining what your vehicle needs, not just today, but also in the future. And every repair comes with a 5-year, 60,000-mile warranty. So if you're looking for peace of mind, go to goodworksautorepair.com to schedule your next visit and let us take the worry out of your auto repairs.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk about required minimum distributions. This is kind of a scary thing for a lot of people.
Absolutely. Listen, we all know that you're forced to take income eventually, but people never plan it out and cash flow it out into their retirement. It can have implications that a lot of people don't understand. So you have to take the money, even if you don't want to.
And it's more than just about taxes, too, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's about Social Security penalties and Medicare penalties taxation on Social Security, it has a dramatic downline effect if you don't plan for it.
So, what do you do about required minimum distributions?
It's about having an income plan in retirement. If you don't have an income plan that accounts for your taxable earnings that you weren't expecting, you can get really hurt.
All right, get your free portfolio review. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com. Assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. When something's happening in your community, ABC 15 is here to listen, to lift up your voice and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Wednesday evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. And tonight,
Senator Kelly speaking out after the DOJ failed to indict him and other Democrat lawmakers. I'm Ballin Overstoles.
And of course, more on the story that's captured a nation.
The search for Nancy Guthrie intensifies in Tucson. I'm Heidi Hommel.
And we're going to have a live report on that in moments. But first,
let's take you to the roads right now. Here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky and Joe, thank you. Phoenix with a crash in the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 35th Avenue. Tempe with a crash in the left-hand shoulder. Loop 202's Santan Freeway eastbound near Sky Harbor Airport. This report is brought to you by Primavera Online. Make the switch to 25 years of doing school better. Flexible, tuition-free K through 12 education. Choose Primavera.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overnight low expected to be 55 degrees. Tomorrow, expect a high mid-70s, 76. Right now, 67 degrees in Carefree. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home with Buyer Hunt. Get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com.
It is 6:01, and federal investigators have been canvassing the desert in the Catalina Foothills community of North Tucson, hoping to find whoever took 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. And KTAR's Heidi Hommel is there. She's been there all day long, and she joins us now live with the very latest on the investigation.
FBI agents found a black glove near the roadside today by Nancy Guthrie's home, according to the New York Post. It's identical to the one worn by a masked man who can be seen on Guthrie's front door surveillance camera, footage that was released just yesterday. Since then, more than 4,000 tips have been called in to help find the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. Neighbors continue to drop off bouquets of yellow roses outside Nancy's home, hoping for her safe return. Reporting live in Tucson, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Now, late last night, we learned of a person who'd been detained for questioning in this case. He was released hours later. Our TV partners at ABC 15 exclusively spoke with him, identified only as Carlos, saying he was released because of insufficient evidence after being detained with his wife still in his vehicle.
I didn't even know what was going on until the FBI and the Pima County detective arrived, and they told me, well, you're being detained.
We're going to take you live to Tucson again for the very latest on the investigation in just about 10 minutes. If you'd like to see a full timeline and more on this story, you can always go to KTAR.com and the KTAR News app.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego says he's serious about leading a nationwide strike should President Trump attempt to interfere with this year's midterm elections.
And what does that look like? It could be, trying to force the stopping of the counting of votes if things aren't going his way. He could send National Guard to seize the ballots instead of being processed. That's when we have to go through extreme measures.
The senator exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos he hopes it's a far-fetched scenario, but says after January 6th and the raid on the Fulton County, Georgia elections office, it can't be discounted. See that full interview on the KTAR YouTube channel. And new tonight,
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
The U.S. House has passed the Save America Act. That would require states to gather proof of citizenship in order to register a person to vote in federal elections. This measure also requires voters show photo ID to cast a ballot in person and adds new rules for mail-in ballots. The measure now moves to the U.S. Senate, where it does face at least some Republican opposition.
This is outrageous.
And now we're hearing directly from Senator Mark Kelly after a grand jury refused to indict him and other Democrat lawmakers.
That after a U.S. Justice Department investigation into a video Senator Kelly and 5 other Democrats made last year urging troops to not follow illegal orders. It drew the ire of the Trump administration, but a Washington grand jury declining to bring charges against them yesterday. Now the senator says,
This is not a good news story. This is a story about how Donald Trump and his cronies are trying to break our system in order to silence anyone who lawfully speaks out against them.
And Senator Kelly describes the attempt to bring criminal charges as authoritarian, adding he expects further retaliation from the administration, but says he knows the law is on his side. Ballin over Stoles, KTAR News.
And we're also awaiting a decision in the senator's lawsuit against Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, challenging Kelly's censure over that same video. Looking at Wall Street today, the Dow was down by 59 points. The S&P fell a point, and the NASDAQ dropped 36. If you need more money news, just visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
Becky Lynn, you were listening to Bruce and Gatos. They just got done with the face-off, and they were breaking down this Save America Act.
Yeah, they had some guests on that. One in particular had quite an opinion about it, Stephen Risher, who used to be the recorder and handled elections directly.
So the House has voted. They've passed it. Looks like it could face some opposition in the Senate. My big question here is what's the goal of what's going on? Is it to disenfranchise legal voters, or is it to make it tougher for non-citizens to vote?
And I think, of course, the answer to that depends on who you ask.
Well, and I think if we're talking making it tougher for non-citizens to vote, I think everybody's in favor of that.
Sure.
And I think everybody's against disenfranchising legal voters.
Absolutely. Now, there is some commentary that people who are not citizens trying to vote is very rare, that does not happen, and it's not worth worrying about because you have to attest under perjury that you are indeed a citizen and are ready and eligible to vote. And then the other issue is presenting documentation that you are the citizen. Some people just don't have that.
Mm-hmm. Well, and what I've seen with what the Save America Act looks like, they're talking about either presenting a passport or a birth certificate. I'll tell you, I don't have a passport. I've never had a passport.
You have a birth certificate?
I do. Yes, I do.
And can you find your birth certificate?
Yes, I could with some hunting because I've needed it in the past to, do various things as I I don't know, either like trying to get a new driver's license when they had the enhanced driver's license, with the gold star on it, things like that. I think I needed to get it when I went in and applied for that.
I can't remember. I thought I had to pay $25 or something.
Oh, I know
like that.
I had to pay for it, but I think I had to present something because, again, it's enhanced. It's not just, hey, here's your old driver's license. Now we'll stick that gold star on there and just give you the more enhanced version.
Now, I don't know what this is all going to eventually play out to, but I did see some things where people were issuing a little bit of fear that as a woman, my birth certificate has a different name on it than I currently use.
There you go.
Because I changed my name. And I will also say that sometimes when you go into, like, for instance, the TSA pre-check, I had to go home and find my marriage license.
Oh, my gosh.
I was not expecting that.
We'll be following which way this thing goes in the Senate as well, and I'm sure the fight is far from over. Coming up in just a few minutes, we'll check in with 2 reporters who are in Tucson right now for the latest on the Guthrie investigation, plus another traffic check. Our partners at Arizona Talks invite you to celebrate Arizona statehood and the American experiment, an evening of civic dialogue and reflection tomorrow at 5:30 at Western Spirit Museum in Scottsdale. Learn more and register by going to the contest page at KTAR.com. KTAR News Time, 6:08.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Hi, KTAR listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO. Hey, what's up, Roller? So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
LaDonna here. Imagine you find your dream home and then you move in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, no weird coordinating. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit orchard.com. Get a free home valuation. That's orchard.com.
KTAR News, continuing coverage of the Guthrie case on Arizona's Evening News.
It's 6:11. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga here with Becky Lynn. Shout out to our friends in Tawasin. We appreciate you listening to KTAR in Tawasin.
Well, the answers may not come quickly, so says former Mesa Police Detective Matt Browning, as the search for Nancy Guthrie continues. Browning tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos that police need to chase down every lead, including a man who was detained for questioning last night. But
what's more concerning to me is why was the media even there?
Ooh.
You know, why are they being allowed up to interview people that are inside the house?
Great point.
You know, those are the concerning things that I have.
Now, in just a few moments, we're going to take you live to Tucson, to just outside the Guthrie home as our coverage on this case continues. But right now,
let's get a check on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Alrighty, Becky and Joe. Starting in Phoenix with a crash on the exit ramp, I-10 Papago Freeway. Eastbound near 43rd Avenue, Scottsdale with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Pima Freeway. Southbound near Shea Boulevard. In Phoenix again, crash in the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway. Westbound near 35th Avenue. This report is brought to you by AZ Trim Light, Arizona's original permanent lighting company. Enjoy holiday magic all year long with permanent programmable LED lights for every occasion. Get your free quote today at aztrimlight.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 55 degrees. Tomorrow, expect a high of 76. Right now, 73 degrees in Gila Bend. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home with Buyer Hunt. Get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com. Busy day today in the Guthrie investigation, abduction, this kidnapping. It's certainly a saga, Becky Lynn. I saw today more than 18,000 calls have come into the authorities.
And 4,000 just in the last 24 hours since they released that video. There was word that a black glove was found, which may or may not have anything to do with anything, but it was there.
Yeah, authorities were searching the roads in Tucson all day today. Authorities overnight detained and spoke with a guy named Carlos about the investigation surrounding Nancy Guthrie's disappearance.
And released him.
Yeah. Joining us now, ABC 15 reporter Ashley Holden and KTAR News reporter Heidi Hommel. Ashley, what do we know about Carlos? I know your colleague Ford Hatchett talked to Carlos a little bit earlier, I guess very early this morning.
Yeah, he was able to talk with him really moments after he was released from questioning. Ford actually was there. He walked out, Carlos did, and Ford was like, hey, you want to talk to us? And at first Carlos said no, and then he came over and talked to Ford. And what it sounds like from their conversation is, he was driving, his wife was actually at the wheel, and then, all of a sudden he told us he was being, somewhat accused in this kidnapping case, and he really seemed very confused when we spoke with him. Then we also spoke with him at his home where he was living. We spoke with his mother-in-law, and the mother-in-law said, we have nothing to hide. Come on in, search. There's nothing that we have to hide. That was what her interview said to us. So we're now waiting, to get some more information. But I do want to let you know what we have been reporting, because we have been able to get a little bit more information. ABC News has sources that are telling them that this man was on law enforcement's radar before the release of those new images in the video that we saw on Tuesday. And it says that their sources are telling them that the FBI actually ID'd him by using a series of electronic investigative tools. Now, we don't know those exact tools, but we're being told cell phone usage information and traffic data. Obviously, those are a lot of technological terms that we're talking about, but this is what we are hearing and reporting. So still a lot of questions, though. Everyone is wondering out here and online what is going to be next in this case, because we saw so much happen on Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, and today we're kind of just left waiting to see what's going to happen next.
So it sounds like Carlos may not be he was released, but he's not necessarily off the radar at this point.
I don't believe that he has any kind of law enforcement holds or anything like that at all. But obviously, from what we've been hearing from the sheriff as they go through this case, it sounds like, they're looking at everyone. They're looking at everyone still. And so in terms of how law enforcement would classify him, I don't think we have really great terminology.
Okay.
KTAR News reporter Heidi Hommel with us as well. Heidi, I know you were at Annie Guthrie's earlier today. Any signs of authorities at her house at any point throughout the day?
Yeah, Joe, I'm out here right now outside Annie Guthrie's house, and I'm not seeing any law enforcement out here right now. But earlier today, I was told that private investigators actually stopped by Annie's house, went inside wearing gloves, came out with a paper bag and checked the mailbox. So not sure, maybe they were taking out more evidence to be processed. And then after that, I was over at Nancy Guthrie's house most of the day, and FBI agents were kind of scanning all the desert brush just right outside the homes. These homes are pretty far back from the road. There's a lot of desert cacti and mesquite trees and thorny plants and stuff. So they were just combing everything, looking for any clues they could possibly find. And the New York Post reported that they found a black glove.
Yeah, what's the deal with the black glove? Do we know anything else about that?
The sheriff's office isn't confirming it, but I think it's one of those things that, they don't want to give up too much information. The pictures from the New York Post are online, and it looks just like the black glove that the masked man is wearing in that surveillance footage. And they say it was found 1.5 miles from Nancy's home. So then investigators just spent the rest of the day combing all the landscaping, all the desert terrain around that neighborhood and in the Catalina foothills, looking for maybe any other clues. Maybe that black glove's being sent to the crime lab to be processed for DNA. So hopefully we can have another break here in the case soon.
Now, there was a lot of activity last night in this case, and we know that they had apprehended or detained Carlos for at least a while. What is the mood like in the Catalina foothills tonight and Tucson at large? Is there a sense that something's going to happen? Is there a buzz, or is it kind of back to how things were the previous week?
Yeah, well, where I am at, obviously in the Catalina foothills community, we have seen people come in and putting flowers out in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. And they are building kind of like, they've had a sign, and it's almost like a small memorial. But I talked to some neighbors and said, hey, we've seen different things, painted rocks, a sign, things like that out here. You guys are leaving flowers now. And they said, we really just don't know what else to do. And right now can be a really scary time. And so someone in the community kind of thought, hey, can we come together and we can do this? We can leave flowers and show that we care throughout all of this up and down, ebb and flow of the investigation. And I think everyone was so on edge last night, thinking that maybe there was going to be this other massive break in the case, that now we haven't seen yet maybe another massive break or something that feels like it. And so I feel like everyone has kind of, they feel like there's anticipation, but also you don't want to anticipate too much, because people, I think, were so hopeful that we would have answers, and then we didn't. So I think it's kind of a little bit of whiplash. Are we going to get answers? Are we going to find Nancy? And that's really what's on everyone's top of mind, is finding Nancy.
And 4,000 tips just since yesterday. And what day is this? 11? Day 11?
Yeah.
That Nancy's been missing. So yeah, everyone's just on edge to know. But surely with those 4,000 and 18,000 tips total.
No.
Surely there's something there.
And if you do have a tip, call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you so much, KTAR News reporter Heidi Hummel and our TV partners, Ashley Holden, for checking in with us in the Catalina foothills tonight. We appreciate it.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Coming up, we're going to talk to KTAR reporter Balin Overstolz, who will be telling us about the latest fight between the Trump administration and an Arizona U.S. senator over illegal orders. We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story, and we'll get another traffic check for you, too. KTAR News Time is 6:21.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. The big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Guys, if you have low testosterone, Red Mountain says low T, start for free. For a limited time, they are waiving their startup fee. You can gain the muscle, lose the fat, lose that dad bod, and get the edge back. It's a great way to get started. If you're feeling sluggish and you lose focus at times, maybe some trouble in the bedroom, chances are it's low T. But in addition to that, they do have ED medication. And how about this? A prescription-only formula that will actually put hair back on your head. It's called Hair Grow RX. It's helping guys reverse hair loss for good. Guys, they have got you covered at Red Mountain. You have to make the appointment, but I promise you it's going to change your life. Go to redmountainweightloss.com, make a video consultation appointment, redmountainweightloss.com, or pound 250 on your smartphone, key phrase Red Mountain. Once again, that's pound 250 on your smartphone, key phrase Red Mountain.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Plus, free premium delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Wednesday evening. It's 6:25. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight,
investigators search for clues in the desert to find a missing Tucson woman. I'm Heidi Hommel.
We'll have the latest developments on the case of Nancy Guthrie, a possible new piece of evidence found today. More on that coming up. First, though,
here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Joe and Becky, thank you. Scottsdale with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway northbound near Chaparral Road. Phoenix with a crash on the exit ramp, I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 43rd Avenue. Scottsdale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway southbound near Shea Boulevard. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, family-owned since 1977, bringing you the award-winning Mexican flavor and great happy hour every day from 2 to 6. Hungry yet? Text Ritos to 620-620 for exclusive offers. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low here in Phoenix in the mid-50s. Tomorrow, expect a high of 76. Right now in Youngtown, 71 degrees. And Becky Lynn keeps mentioning to me, hey, Joe, rain is coming up later in the week.
I'm excited for Friday.
Rain.
40% chance.
I think that chance is going up too, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home with Buyer Hunt. Get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com.
It is 6:27 now. The FBI searching the desert areas of the Catalina foothills north of Tucson for Nancy Guthrie, who has now been missing for 11 days. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is there and joins us live now to tell us more about what she's seeing.
Yeah, Becky, a Pima County Sheriff's truck has been parked outside Nancy Guthrie's home all day, and federal agents were seen earlier today searching the surrounding terrain full of cacti and mesquite trees. I spoke with a neighbor of Nancy's daughter, Annie, who lives 10 minutes away, and says there is a lot of crime in Tucson. Nearly 30 people have gone missing in the Tucson area since 1980, and many of the cases remain unsolved, according to the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. Reporting live in Tucson, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
He should know that the Constitution is on our side.
After the U.S. Department of Justice attempted to bring charges against Senator Mark Kelly and other Democrats over a video they made last year directly telling U.S. troops they don't have to follow illegal orders, a federal grand jury said no to that yesterday, the senator saying it was an attack on his free speech.
Where are the free speech absolutist Republicans now? who were so concerned about the weaponization of government. What happened to them?
Senator Kelly says he expects more retaliation from the Trump administration, which he described as authoritarian. The U.S. House has approved a measure that would require proof of citizenship for all people to vote in a federal election. Former Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richer says he's okay with that on one level.
I think as a default setting, I think proof of citizenship is something that is reasonable to ask for. I think the devil is in the details, however, and again, we need to start from the same factual basis, which is that yes, we can ask for this, but it's not because we have a problem right now.
Richer says it's going to be difficult to keep politics out of this question, with both sides likely to dig into their positions. And checking sports tonight, the Oklahoma City Thunder are here in the Valley taking on the Phoenix Suns. Tip-off set for 7 o'clock. You can catch all that action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. New Mexico also visiting Grand Canyon University tonight. Tip-off for that game, 8 o'clock. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Senator Mark Kelly, just heard it, Becky Lynn, says that the Justice Department tried and failed to have a grand jury indict him and 5 other senators for a video they filmed encouraging military members to not obey orders they felt were illegal.
We know the law and the Constitution is on our side. We saw that yesterday when U.S. citizens, the members of a grand jury, they took a stand and said no.
KTAR News reporter Bowen Overstoles joins us now with a little bit more on that story. Bowen, what were the senators going to be charged with if they were in fact charged?
Appreciate the question. So a quick recap, the way grand jury works is these DOJ prosecutors were essentially in private just presenting their legal arguments to this grand jury. The grand jury considers these arguments and decides if they want to bring charges forward, right? Now, we don't know what those conversations looked like, which means we don't exactly know what charges the DOJ was trying to bring forward against Senator Kelly and some of these other Democrat lawmakers. However, we do know after this video in question was released, President Trump on his Truth Social account posted that they are traitors who should be charged with sedition, which is punishable by death. These were very strong language that came from the president after this video was posted in November last year. So I think we can assume it was in the ballpark of that, of seditious conspiracy or something like that.
And at one point, there was some talk about Senator Kelly losing his rank. He's a retired military man.
Yeah, so that's a bit of a separate process. What the grand jury relates to possible criminal charges from that video. But aside from that, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth took administrative action to censure Kelly, which would also demote him. And we do know Senator Kelly has a lawsuit challenging that.
That's right. He turned around and sued for that.
And we were actually expecting a potential update in that today. It doesn't look like that came down, but could soon. So still up in the air as well in terms of what a court will decide. But yeah, I mean, Senator Kelly is been engaged in some legal fights against the federal government for sure.
KTAR News reporter Bowen Overstoles joins us right now with a story that he's going to have even more on tomorrow. Bowen, I don't think it's just me. I know it is me for sure, but I think there's a lot of people out there who say, why can't both sides just move on from this and focus on working together? Why do we continue to see the back and forth between Senator Kelly and President Trump as opposed to one side or the other, or both, putting this to bed?
Yeah. I think it's a tough question. And how did they come together in this situation specifically? I mean, again, going back to the president's comments saying they're traitors, saying this is punishable by death, I think that becomes very personal for Senator Kelly. I think the stakes kind of go up for him. But if you're Senator Kelly and you believe that military members are being told to do things they legally shouldn't, I don't know how you come to the middle with the people who may, in your view, are giving those orders. There is a very vast ideological difference here. And I say ideological, but I mean really a view on what is legal and what our military should be doing.
Coming up, roughly 50% of the country says they're struggling to pay bills and afford groceries. We're going to talk to an expert on that in just about 5 minutes, plus another check on traffic. KTAR News Time, 6:33.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Our construction company started with just a handful of employees. Now we have more than 100. A lot of that growth is because of Resolution Copper. People talk about the economic impact of the mine, which is huge, but the value of the project is beyond the copper. For us, it's hundreds of families supported by steady, good-paying jobs.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Greg Ayler, host of Fire Your Financial Advisor, a different look at retirement and the financial industry.
If you feel like you're ready to retire, you're probably close. This comes up with a lot of people where they're like, I'm thinking about it. And then like a month later, you're like, yep, retired. You're like, that's quick. Because once you go down that road, you start to check out. You start visualizing what life will be like.
Come visualize your retirement. Sunday mornings at 11, here with Greg Ayler on KTAR, Arizona's news station.
Make the precision decision with Precision Air.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Hey, Eric, you know Valentine's Day is right around the corner, right?
Yeah, I do, and that generally means I'm in trouble.
No, I was actually thinking about our customers.
You're always thinking about our customers, babe.
That's kind of our thing here at Precision Air and Plumbing. So instead of chocolates or flowers that don't last, I think we should do something for the Valley they'll really appreciate.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Air conditioning. I think we should keep the best offer of the year going.
You know what? I think you're right.
Babe, I'm always right. Now tell them about that offer.
I walked right into that one. For the month of February, Precision Air and Plumbing is offering 50% off new AC units.
Now that's a great way to show our customers some love.
Make the precision decision today and get 50% off new AC units. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC or go to precisionairandplumbing.com.
Make the precision decision with Precision Air.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
I'm LaDonna Harvey, getting ready for spring training in the Valley, but visitors are spending way more money to get the fam here for a good time. Are we pricing them out? Tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on KTAR and watch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizinga here with Becky Lynn. It's certainly a struggle out there. We've got a nationwide survey of 5,000 Americans from Talker Research reports that just over half of the people in the U.S. are struggling to pay bills, like rent on time each month, with an equal number, so 50% out there, struggling to afford necessities like even groceries. Becky Lynn.
And you know, LaDonna just did a little look ahead to tomorrow, talking about all the things coming up this spring here in the Valley. Are people being priced out? If you can't buy groceries, how are you going to come to spring training?
Yeah, Jim Rounds, Valley economist and president of Rounds Consulting, joins us. Jim, if the economy's doing so well, why are so many saying that they're doing worse or they're struggling to get by?
All right, let me first explain one point. So economists love to call different points in the business cycle after a letter. So are we going to have a U-shaped recession, a V-shaped recession? Well, right now they're calling it a K. Okay, it's like
explain the K. How does that work?
Well, part of the upward sloping part of the K is the higher income people. They're actually doing quite well. The downward sloping part of the K is the lower income people. They're not doing as well. And the vertical part of the K is just economists aren't very creative, so they couldn't figure that one out. But it basically shows that there's a lot of haves or have-nots in this particular economy. And it makes sense because if you're wealthy, you have a lot of value in your home. You have a lot of value in the stock market. If you're low income, you're renting property that is a little overpriced probably, and you're not making a lot in terms of wages. So very different reason that the stock market's staying propped up and that the economy is still moving forward. And you just have to ask, how long can that last?
Absolutely. Joe and I were just talking before we got on with you about this branch between the haves and the have-nots. It just seems like it's widening every year. And a lot of people who have been like on the lower end of the haves or even solidly in the middle of the haves find themselves sliding and feeling like they're in the have-nots.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is that Arizona is a great example of what's going on right now because we have our per capita personal income is being propped up quite a bit. Where we used to be above the U.S. average, we had about a 3-decade decline, and now we're moving back up because of a lot of changes on being aggressive with economic development. We're bringing in high-wage businesses, and so we're moving forward in that way, which is a great thing. But then we have below-average levels of academic achievement, so our lower-income people don't make very much, and they don't have a tall enough career ladder. So there's ways of doing it where you can continue to be proactive in economic development, but also help those achieve higher levels of academic achievement. And you just have to find those programs where the government's going to make more money than they're going to be spending. So you're actually helping taxpayers at the same time.
President of Rounds Consulting, Jim Rounds, joins us right now. Jim, let's go back to the K that you referenced in the K-shaped recovery. As you look at things as an economist, how many, what percentage would you say are in that upper portion of the K as opposed to the lower portion of the K? So who is still in the upper class and doing well and flourishing right now?
And keeping things propped up.
And who is struggling? Because I feel like the group in the upper portion of the K is shrinking and the group in the lower portion of the K is growing. If you had to put percentages to it, where would you take a guess that it's at?
To keep it simple, probably like 80% would be the upper portion, but the 80% make the majority of the money and they pay the most in taxes. And that's why tax collections have been propped up some. But the reason I'm optimistic, and I brought this up in one discussion, and I felt like I finally found an example that people could latch onto, because I always like to relate the economy to like cars or something like that to keep it, tell a story. Well, I was describing the Arizona economy as we're driving on the freeway, we're going pretty fast, we're doing well, but we look down and our parking brake's still on. Well, you drop that parking brake lever down, we go even faster. So I feel like Arizona's in a great position to maybe invest in some of these things and help some of these lower income people, but they have to want to help themselves as well. You can't just do nothing but raise the minimum wage and keep them working at McDonald's all the time. You have to encourage them to want to do more. And that's a tough job. I mean, that's not something you do overnight, but I think more and more economists and policymakers at the Capitol are thinking about that kind of stuff these days.
I hear a lot of people, though, say they want a better job than the McDonald's minimum wage, and people aren't hiring. Are people hiring?
Yes and no. So we've been getting mixed signals with the jobs reports, and I know that there was just the one out for the U.S. that showed that it beat expectations, but the overall trend has been for things to slow a bit. So we're still on the tail end of an expansion, so things are getting weaker. The real question is it going to just be a slowdown for maybe a year? And then we're going to have an economic expansion that's going to be strong. I think that's going to be more the case with Arizona. And we've talked about this before, like how much do we trust the monthly jobs reports numbers or other reports? And I've always said, as long as they're following the story, the economic story, I've never seen a case where I haven't fully trusted it. This is the first month ever where I thought that jobs report number is much larger than it should be. There's no way we created 90,000 healthcare jobs. So I mean, it's one of those things where I don't like to be a conspiracy theorist, but I want to pay attention to that because it doesn't make sense based on other things I'm seeing in the economy. But let's hope it goes up. I don't want it to go down to where we go into a recession, but I wouldn't be surprised if next month we're down to like 20,000 jobs. It's going to be, a little bit inconsistent for a while, but something just doesn't feel right about the latest jobs report that just came out today. And I might look into it a little bit just because it's bugging me a lot.
little bit of nerd talk here, Jim. You recently were the keynote speaker at a Valley Tri-City Economic Update. So Queen Creek, Gilbert, Chandler. You mentioned there that you think the economy could go negative, but you don't see a recession here on the horizon in Arizona. You just mentioned that, hey, we're driving down the road, but we kind of have the parking brake on a little bit. You actually think that the Valley is going to perform better than a lot of other areas in the country because of how hard we got hit during the recession. How does Arizona getting walloped in 2008 help us now?
So back in 2008, we were having that's where we had decades of declines in our per capita personal income, a great measure of how we're doing compared to the U.S. We were losing jobs at Motorola and the other high wage jobs, high wage military jobs. We were just on a downward spiral. Then, because we got knocked on the canvas, policymakers, we had Republicans being in favor of economic development programs, we had Democrats being in favor of some tax reform, and we had both parties very much in favor of regulatory reform. So we've been doing that the last decade and a half, and now we've had 15 years of increases in that very important indicator. So we're becoming more resilient than we used to be, but the problem is that the work's never done. So we're going through a period where there's going to be less money at the state and at the local government level than we would normally see. So we have to balance the budget because that's the government's number one job, policymakers, it's to balance the budget. But two, if they can set it up where the private sector can excel, then that's even better. So I feel like sometimes you got to hit rock bottom to get back up, and that's what we did. And I said this so many times, I would not want to be in any other state during the next economic slowdown or recession or whatever it is, other than Arizona. But I still feel like we can do better. If we can just lose that parking brake from being lifted, I think we could really rocket into the next expansion. And it's kind of exciting as somebody that follows public policy and economics.
Question about just something that just brings it home to everybody and kind of what we started off talking about. People are having trouble buying groceries, paying the rent. Prices never seem to really come down, and they're astronomically high. How are we ever going to meet in the middle on this? I mean, it just seems impossible.
Nailed something that people aren't really getting. Inflation is back at a normal level, normal rate, 2 to 3%. That's fantastic. But we were growing at 10% plus. I think it was like 11 or 12% in the greater Phoenix area. And unless prices go down, they go negative, we're still on this much higher level. So things are still very expensive, and it's more pressure on the lower income individuals. And so that makes things very difficult to make ends meet, so to speak. But the only way to get back down to normal is if prices go negative, which historically has been a negative thing to talk about, but we're so much above the longer term trend, we have to, or we have very low inflation for a long time and we get back to the trend, but it's going to be around for a little bit. So we can still have an expansion, but there's going to be additional downward pressure on the lower income individuals and households, and there's going to be opportunities for the upper income individuals. And I don't mind upper income individuals doing well. In fact, I want them to. I don't think that we need to lower their income and then raise the lower income people. I think we just have to figure out a way of raising the lower income people. And again, there are ways of doing it, but we need some commitment by policymakers on both sides of the aisle, because there's plenty of ideas at the Capitol every year. We always show there's positive return on investment numbers. You can earn $3 for every $2 that you spend, but not everything gets implemented. And people tend to forget about that when revenue's slow and we're entering a downturn. And so I would hate for us to lose our momentum, so to speak.
Valley economist Jim Rounds, president of Rounds Consulting. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Arizona's Evening News. We appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Oh, Becky Lynn, you heard it right there. So, 9 in 10 people say that they're experiencing, this full-blown cost of living crisis.
I know.
And we need the K to lift the bottom a little bit more, and the top not necessarily suffer, but just lift the bottom, rise all
Those
tides.
prices just aren't going anywhere right now. It's just tough out there.
Hey, let's get a check on traffic right now. Hopefully it's not too tough out there for you.
Give us some good news, Enrique.
I wish I did, but we have 3 things to get to. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near 40th Street. Scottsdale with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder as well. Loop 101 Pima Freeway northbound near Chaparral Road. Phoenix with a crash on the exit ramp, I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 43rd Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low in the mid-50s. We'll say 55 degrees. Tomorrow, expect a high in the upper 70s, 77 degrees. And right now in Glendale, 71 degrees. And Becky Lynn, you keep mentioning chance of rain, about 40% later in the week.
On Friday. We'll look forward to it.
Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home with Buyer Hunt. Get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com.
Coming up, an Arizona U.S. Senator ready to lead a national strike over the midterm elections. We'll tell you why in less than 5 minutes.
KTAR News Time, 6:48. A new episode of Amazing Arizonans podcast out now. Mike Broomhead sits down with Stephanie Vazquez, owner of Fair Trade Cafe and Amor Collective. Watch the new episode on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details. Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free premium delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I love Moving Team 6. Let's talk with JT about the mission of Moving Team 6. In your mind, when your family sits down, what mission do you tell your employees that they're going on?
The mission is to take care of the customer. I want to be nice to people. I want to take care of people. And that's the big thing I look at. We get people calling us all the time. Hey, can you help us? No problem. I never say no. Whatever we got to do, because I feel like that's our duty.
You hire veterans specifically to make sure that they know that they're loved and that they have a job if they want one. Can you talk about your dedication first to hiring veterans and what your mindset is behind it?
At the end of the day, it's not about moving. It's not about anything else. It's about taking care of our military and our veterans and just giving back. And that's the biggest key.
What message do you send your teams when they go out into the field and they represent your company?
The number one thing I tell my guys when they go out is care. That is the number one thing.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hey, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're talking winter rain, summer heat, monsoon storms, repair or replace. Do what we did at Casa Galvisi and go with Arizona's 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Yep, Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide earning Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year award. And they're A-plus rated with a Better Business Bureau. So, home or business, go with Arizona's biggest and best, America Roofing, and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. Our top stories tonight. It's been a busy 24 hours for investigators in Tucson. They received more than 4,000 tips related to Nancy Guthrie. One person was detained for questioning last night, but was released a few hours later. And the New York Post today reporting that FBI agents recovered a black glove from the ground near Guthrie's house that appears to match those worn by the person in the surveillance video that was released to the public yesterday. Still, no suspect has been identified. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward in the case.
What happens when ICE agents break into, the Maricopa County ballot center and take ballots? That's when you got it. You see, you have to really meet the moment.
That's Arizona's U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego exclusively telling Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos he's prepared to lead a national strike if the Trump administration interferes with this year's midterm elections. And new tonight, on to the U.S. Senate now after the House passed a measure requiring states to collect proof of citizenship before registering people to vote in federal elections. Former Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richer says he's okay with the idea, but it'll be tough to keep politics out of the question.
And that it's just, especially regarding election administration, a lot of conversations are incredibly charged and they're not always very rational. It's going to be very hard.
Richer says Arizona can serve as an example for other states in rolling out such a system. But once again, that now moves to the U.S. Senate.
Ready to trade a story back and forth here, Becky Lynn?
Yeah, we've had a lot of big stories today, but these didn't make the cut earlier today, so this is when we get to talk
News
about
volley
them.
a little bit here. So Tempe has adopted Arizona's first ordinance aimed at preventing drink spiking. The law applies to businesses with either a Series 6 or Series 12 liquor license that serve alcohol between midnight and 2 in the morning at least 3 times per month. It would impact about 70 bars and clubs in Tempe. Under the ordinance, these establishments have to keep at least 10 unexpired, lab-certified drink spiking test kits on hand for customers to purchase, and they have to post signs informing patrons that the kits are available. Would you like to see more Arizona cities do something like that?
Well, it seems logical because this drink spiking thing has become big. That's a big deal.
I've been hearing about that for decades, I feel like. With drink spiking.
Yeah, I don't know if it's getting worse, but I didn't even know there was a lab-certified drink spiking test kit.
No.
And my question is, can you buy your own and take it with you when you go? I mean, can you buy it on Amazon?
So I'm sure if wherever you can buy one, you can take it with you. No bar or restaurant's going to say, hey, you can't bring that.
No, I just didn't know if only the restaurant
Right.
could get it. But I would think if I'm gonna be out in anywhere and I'm college age kids and primarily are people who've met up with people
or the Scottsdale crowd,
carry one with you for heaven's sake. And they always say never take a drink from anybody. But I've heard people say even the bartenders sometimes. I don't know. I've never experienced anything like this, but it's scary. So yes, I think these should be available everywhere.
Yeah, my question is do we see it spread to other cities, though, too? It's certainly – so if the bar has to buy them, do they pass on the cost to the customers of these ultimately? And, I mean, granted, they're moving a lot of alcohol.
It says under the ordinance they have to keep them for the customers to purchase there.
Right.
So, yeah, just don't make a profit on it. Just have them there, but I just buy my own. Okay, here's another story. There's a hiker on the mend after being attacked by a fox in Yavapai County on the Granite Mountain Trail over the weekend. Officials say a couple was attacked without warning. One of them got a minor injury as a result of the encounter. Joe, have you ever had a brush with Arizona wildlife?
A few. I've never been attacked though, but I have. So I've seen coyotes up close lots of times. One last year with mange. You familiar with mange?
Oh yes, I absolutely am familiar with mange.
It looks like you see. I saw a coyote that had like no hair.
Yeah.
It was not in good shape. But
poor thing.
I've seen them, very up close. I'd say within about 10 feet of me. At first, I think like, oh, there's a dog. Where's it going? Oh, that's not a dog. Yeah. Luckily, only a couple encounters with rattlesnakes, but not too close to me.
Yeah. Well, they let you know.
Yes, they do. A California king snake was maybe a foot or two away from me, but those are the good snakes. Those eat
I don't care.
some of the nasty critters out here.
Snake is a snake is a snake.
And I've never actually, outside of I was inside a friend's house one time and I saw Catalina. I saw javelina come out of the mountains and start to drink from their bird feeder, but I've never been outside with them right on top of me. And from what I understand, you don't want to be.
Okay, so I'll just share this with you really quick. I've only ever, I did see a javelina at my mother-in-law's apartment looking out the window, and it was like, right off the road, and it just went walking across. I'm like, what is that javelina doing here? It seemed like an odd place, just down from the Dairy Queen. Just seemed odd. And my other brush with wildlife would be maybe a bunny rabbit, like a jackrabbit.
Well, hey, you can't get cuter than a bunny rabbit or a jackrabbit. I wasn't
too scared. Coming up tomorrow on Arizona's Morning News, 2 more schools could soon be closing in Phoenix. The Alhambra Elementary School District will be voting whether to move ahead with the closures. The district reports it would save $1.4 million each year if the closure of Valencia Newcomer School and Choice Learning Academy is approved. There'll be a public hearing before tomorrow's board meeting so the community can voice their opinions. Now, I want to leave you with a little story that I found that I thought you'd appreciate.
Oh, boy.
Joe, have you ever been called a smarty pants?
When I was a kid, sure.
Yeah. We've all been called smarty pants. There are actually smarty pants. Smarty pants. And they measure human flatulence.
Oh, boy.
Better known as farts. You can't say fart without giggling.
Oh, really?
So let me tell you about the smarty pants. Obviously, if researchers at the University of Maryland felt it necessary to develop this technology, there must be a reason it's necessary to know how much people on average toot, and it's more than you might think. Previous research, self-reported, was about 14 farts per person per day. The actual smarty pants say no, it's more like 32 farts daily on average, and this technology is designed to help better understand gastrointestinal issues and gut microbes. So see, there's a reason for everything.
Oh, my goodness. Can't believe you left us with that. Hey, the Chad Benson Show is up next after the latest national headlines. More news always on KTAR.com, on our app, and on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Have a great night. We will see you tomorrow evening.
Drive safely. Bye.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.